Good morning and welcome to the second day of our HEFi Conference. Just a reminder, I know some of you have just joined today, that the theme is a belief that the next generation university will be and will need to be different. As we pointed out yesterday, the current model of 3 or 4 years when you're 18, doing higher education and then that lasting you for your whole life, that's been the model we've had for several hundred years. We may not be surprised to find that we slightly need to rethink whether that is still the dominant model that we need for now. We had a lot of talks yesterday about the fourth industrial revolution, we had two things. First of all, where things could go, but also we had a lot of emphasis on where things actually already are. So these were not the fanciful claims of a wild future that we will never see. Actually, these things were already on the horizon, and that was a really important point. And I think at one point I blamed Doctor Who and the Daleks for everything in terms of fear of technology, as we all grew up with it. So I will just find my notes for today, because I'm now on the notes for yesterday, which is not terribly helpful. Just some points about today. We will finish this afternoon not only on time, but probably early. So we have the employers panel this afternoon, and then we will have a short wrap-up, and I promise you we will finish ahead of the time I've got on the programme, so do make sure you're here for this afternoon. Some general housekeeping. The format is the same as yesterday in that we're here for the keynotes and the panels, and then we go through to here and the other lecture theatre for the parallel sessions. We've got some quite tight turnarounds, so we'll need to keep moving. Turning phones to silent, as I've got down here, always have to say that. And yet again, there are no planned fire alarms, so if the alarms go off, we will actually need to evacuate. I would also like to say thank you again to everyone who's made HEFi 19 happen, and also our sponsors and exhibitors, Wiley, the headline conference sponsors, Elsevier, Kaltura, and Turning Technologies. So, on to the first keynote for today. It is my great pleasure to open today with a keynote from our colleague here at the University of Birmingham, Professor Karen Rawlinson. Karen is Professor of Social Policy and Deputy Director of CASM, the Centre on Household Assets and Savings Management. She's also Deputy Head of the College of Social Sciences. Karen has carried out extensive research on inequalities of income and wealth, with a particular interest in policy issues around taxation, social security, and financial regulation. Karen is a true expert in her field, and despite what Michael Gove might think, we are delighted to be able to learn from an expert. If you remember yesterday, we were talking about 75% of the world's population in the near future having access to the kind of technology, smartphone interaction that actually allows them to see what's going on in other neighbourhoods, other parts of the country, other parts of the world. So inequalities become highly visible, and it is no accident that universities are being pushed much harder on their role in addressing inequalities. This is a major issue that we are facing now, and we will face increasingly in the future. So Karen's talk is timely, and I think she will push us quite hard. So thank you, Karen.
Thanks very much, Cathy. It's a real pleasure to be here and talk about this topic, which I feel very passionately about. Cathy was very kind, saying I'm an expert in my field, but my field is not education. So I'm not an expert in education, and I'm hoping to leave some time at the end as much as possible so we can have a discussion, a conversation about some of these issues and how we take them forward in an education context. I'll give some thoughts, but I'm very interested to hear your views. And I know there are a number of papers in the next couple of sessions on this topic, so again, I think that would be fantastic to discuss it more in those smaller groups. So the key questions I'm going to be asking and hoping to try to answer today are, what are the current levels of poverty and economic inequality in the UK? So I'm very focused on the UK. And how and why have these changed? Is education a route out of poverty? And how can we address inequalities more broadly? My focus is on economic inequality, though I'm very conscious that other factors intersect with that, particularly around race and ethnicity. And I'll make a few points about race and ethnicity, but my focus is more broadly on economic inequality. Okay, so first question, what are the current levels of poverty and economic inequality in the UK, and how have these and why have these changed? Well, if we take a look at, and there are lots of statistics I could throw at you here, lots of ways of measuring poverty and inequality, lots of different charts, but let's just throw one at you. This is a figure from the Institute for Fiscal Studies looking at child poverty and working age adult poverty from 1961 to 2015. And we've seen the 60s and 70s, fairly static levels of child and working age poverty, but it was really in the 1980s we see a dramatic increase in levels of poverty, and then fluctuations in the 90s and 2000s, but generally an upward trend, and certainly in the last few years, poverty increasing. So what about child poverty today? Where are we? Well, the latest figures are that there are 4.1 million children living in poverty in the UK in 2017-18, which is a rise of 500,000 since 2011-12. That's 30% of all children. But rates are higher for certain groups, as I mentioned earlier, and particularly certain Black, Asian and minority ethnic children. So half of all Black British children are living in poverty, and higher rates, maybe around about 6 in 10, of Pakistani and Bangladeshi children are living in poverty. The 30% of all children equates to roughly 9 children in an average classroom of 30. But we don't have an average classroom. We have quite a segregated education system. And so if we took a classroom in Ladywood, an inner city part of Birmingham, that would be about half of the children there, about 15. One in a more affluent part of the West Midlands, Solihull, would have about 6. Those are the kind of figures that teachers will have in those classrooms. Now, people often think that poverty is about a lack of a job. If we can get people work, then they will escape poverty. But that isn't the general case, and it's increasingly not the case. We have a growing problem in work poverty in the UK. Work is no longer, if it ever was, a guaranteed route out of poverty. 70% of all children in poverty live in a family where there is at least one parent in work. So it isn't generally about unemployment. It's about low wages, it's about high rents and other costs. Nevertheless, there are those 30% of children living in families where they don't have somebody in work in their family. And for those children, the depth of poverty, the severity of poverty is even greater. And a chart I'll show, it's quite a slightly complicated chart, but I'll walk you through it, is if you're out of work and on means-tested benefits, the level of benefits is increasingly going down due to things like the benefit freeze and other benefit cuts. And the amount you have to live on in no way gives you enough to make ends meet. So this chart shows you this in a bit more detail with different kinds of families. The family on the left is a lone parent with a child aged 1. In 2019, the grey figure, sorry, you can't really see too much of a contrast, but the figure slightly to the right of the two bars in each case, the lone parent with a child aged 1 gets less than half of what she needs, it's mostly women, of what she needs to support her family and meet a minimum income standard. The minimum income standard is not defined by experts, but by the general public. We talk to members of the general public, ask them what do they think everyone should be able to afford as a minimum, not a luxurious level of standard of living, a minimum amount that everyone should be able to have. And the public set it at a certain rate for different families. And if you're out of work on means-tested benefits as a lone parent with 1 child, you get less than half of what you need. And that's gone down, as you can see, from 2009. So in 10 years, that figure has gone down from getting 2/3 of what you need in 2009 to getting less than half. If you're a lone parent with 2 children, you're slightly better off. You can get about 58% of what you need. And if you're a couple with children, aged 4 and 7, you get, again, 56% of what you need. You're only getting about half of what you need to meet a minimum income standard. It's not a generous level, and our benefit system doesn't go anywhere near it. As a result of these cuts and low wages and so on, we've also seen in the last 10 years a massive increase in food banks. So if you go back to 2009-10, you can barely see the green bars because there were very few food banks, very few emergency parcels being given out. In 2018-19, the Trussell Trust, it's just one kind of food bank provider, but they gave out nearly 1.6 million emergency parcels of food in the UK, which is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. We're giving out emergency food parcels, and it's increasing year on year. There's now actually a campaign to try to close food banks from people who think we should not be doing this because we should all be able to have enough money to feed our families without going to a food bank. So why does this matter? Why poverty is definitely increasing. We've seen the stats. What does it mean to people in their everyday lives? Well, poverty blights people's lives. We know children from low-income families are more likely to die at birth or in infancy than children from more affluent families. They suffer higher rates of chronic illness and disability, both during their childhood and beyond. Growing up in poverty means being cold, hungry, not being able to join in activities with your friends. And it has an impact far beyond childhood, so it has an impact on life expectancy. Professionals, like many of us in the room, will live on average 8 years longer than someone who is in an unskilled job. 8 years of your life, it's a huge difference in people's lives, depending on the occupation you end up in. So we've looked at poverty, but I did say my talk was about inequality, and poverty is only one half of the story here, of course. We're also seeing a growing concentration of income and wealth at the top. This chart, again, takes quite a long view of this in terms of the trend. From the 1920s to about the 1970s, we see a reduction in the concentration of wealth and income from at the top. This is the top 1% and their share of income. We see a reduction in inequality, the kind of Downton Abbey, that was all in the 1920s, those kind of elites and lost a lot of their kind of income and wealth. 1970s much more equal in terms of income and wealth, but from 1980s onwards it goes up, and it continues to go up in the 1990s. Now, so this isn't just in the UK, it's a global phenomenon. It affected the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. So perhaps this is due to global forces out of our control. We can't really do much about it. It's a global phenomenon. Or is it? If we look at other countries, particularly in continental Europe, we see this reduction in inequality from 1920 to about 1980, but it doesn't go up. It stabilises at that level. We don't see that increase in inequality that the English-speaking Anglo-Saxon countries witnessed. So these are things which are not necessarily part of global forces that are beyond our control. So why has poverty and inequality increased in the UK, coming back to the UK again? Part of the story, and we heard a bit about this yesterday in terms of the different industrial revolutions that we've seen over the past decades, is the restructuring of the UK economy. We've seen a decline in heavy industry in the 80s, in manufacturing, which meant a lot of working class jobs, which were relatively well paid, just disappeared. At the same time, and this is a little bit, when I first heard about this, I was a bit kind of, what about blaming women for this? Increasing employment of women. It's professional women like myself in some ways that have increased inequality because we tend to marry or partner up with other professional people. And so our joint incomes are so much greater than a lone parent out of work or a couple in low-skilled jobs. So if we're thinking about inequality not just in terms of individuals but families, we're seeing this growing inequality because of women and men at the top increasing their incomes and those at the bottom not doing so. But these demographic and economic changes are only part of the story. It's how we respond to those, because different countries have different responses and can make a difference in terms of the outcomes. In the UK, certainly in the 80s and more recently, we have made deliberate policy choices in relation to tax, social security, health, education, employment rights and trade union regulation. We've made deliberate choices which have led to a growing inequality and poverty. Why have we made those choices? I often ask myself this. I don't quite understand it sometimes. But part of the story here is this growing support, this discourse and narrative about the importance of competitive effort, about individual competition effort and reward, the importance of being meritocratic, that we should all do better individually and that should be rewarded. And so if you do well and you get a high income and wealth, well, what's the problem? If you don't work hard and you're not, then you won't do so well. So we kind of buy into this this discourse, this narrative, and I think that's also part of the picture. And Jo Littler, in her book Against Meritocracy, puts this really well, I think. So she argues that we are promoting a socially corrosive ethic of competitive self-interest which both legitimates inequality and damages community by requiring people to be in constant competition with each other. It's no wonder, I think, that rates of stress and anxiety have been going up at the same time as inequality. And we see a link in the literature, the work of Kate Pickett and Richard Wilkinson, that demonstrates this at a quantitative level, as well as from what we might think of our own experience. So, is education a chance, an opportunity, a route out of poverty for people? I think many of us in education would like to think so and would be really kind of committed to that as an outcome. However, it's not that simple, and it's a real challenge for the education system, not least because children start education at different points cognitively, depending on their background. So at the age of 3, poorer children are estimated to be on average 9 months behind children from more wealthy backgrounds. That's an incredible statistic, isn't it? To be that far behind at the age of 3. By the end of primary school, pupils receiving free school meals are 3 terms behind their more affluent peers. Again, quite an incredible statistic. Education doesn't narrow that gap, actually. It increases. By the age of 14, the gap grows to over 5 terms. By the age of 16, children receiving free school meals achieve lower grades at GCSE. And it isn't even just about achievement of grades, it's just even being at school. Children receiving free school meals are 4 times more likely to be permanently excluded. So education is not, it seems, a route out of poverty. In fact, you need to just reverse this phrase. Poverty is a route out of education. And poverty continues to impact. So we know that young people from lower income homes less likely to study A-levels that get them to top, and I put that in commas, I think, top university, because I might challenge that idea a bit later. They also are less likely to get the better apprenticeships that get them the better jobs. Those go to the more affluent children from more affluent backgrounds. And according to the latest figures I could find from HEFi in 2017, the average higher education participation rate for young people from the most disadvantaged area was less than 19% compared to over 64% for those from the least disadvantaged areas. So if you come from an advantaged, an affluent area, most of your peers are going to be going to university. In fact, if you don't want to go or you don't go, you're the one that's going to stand out a bit, and people are going to say, oh gosh, they're not going. What's happening? And the pressure is going to be to go to university, whereas in other areas, it's going to be unusual. You won't have people around you to share that experience. Perhaps your parents haven't had that experience. It's a very different picture. Poverty continues to impact. We know that those from affluent backgrounds are much more likely to come to Russell Group universities, and also people from poorer backgrounds are more likely to drop out and less likely to get the top sort of degrees. Again, we know quite a lot of that. It continues to impact. It doesn't stop there. So those that go to good universities, inverted commas, and go into professions, it's much harder to get into professions of law, medicine, so on. 73% of our doctors are from professional managerial backgrounds, less than 6% from working class backgrounds. And the final one, even if you get into those professions, law, medicine, academia, you are going to earn less than your colleague in the next office because of the link to the background you've come from. So at every stage, your background makes a difference to your outcomes at your life. And we talk about the gender pay gap, quite rightly. Really important topic. We now have to report on the gender pay gap. We don't talk about the class pay gap or the race pay gap, actually, in the same ways. Those are there. Those are really important. And we need to think about those and identify them even more. So, poverty, a route out of education. Why is that? Why doesn't education help solve this problem, given the commitment of so many educators to this? Well, part of the story is material and cultural resources are just lower for people in poverty. But if your child is cold and hungry, it's very difficult to do your homework. You might not have any space to do your homework. You might not have a laptop to do your homework. And again, looking up the figures in terms of digital exclusion, 12% of all 11 to 18-year-olds, this is on a total average, have no internet access at home through a PC or a tablet. And that is going to be much higher. I couldn't find the figures for lower income groups, but it's going to be much higher for those groups. How can you do your homework today without access to a laptop or a PC and a tablet and the internet? That's over 700,000 young people. So they don't have the material resources, the cultural resources, perhaps in terms of parental education, literacy, language, and so on. This then gets compounded at schools because of school uniform policies, mufti days, school trips, lack of books and basic equipment, which again, middle-class parents can afford to pay for their kids, others can't. And it's the case that the working class students are more likely to attend schools with less funding than others. So again, these average figures need to be borne in mind in the context. And then within schools, we have setting which further segregates children. And Diane Ray talks about this a lot in her book, Miseducation, about the low teacher expectations around certain groups too. Poorer children less likely to go to grammar schools and private schools or get help from parents either directly or through tuition and so on. So that these are among many of the reasons why we have this problem, but it's not just about looking at those children from poorer backgrounds and those schools in poorer areas. We also have to consider, this is a challenging one for all of us, the opportunity hoarding by the middle classes, like many of ourselves. Middle class people have networks that can help them. You can help your children get work experience by using your networks, perhaps. You can pay for tuition or private school, or pay for a house in a catchment area with a good state school. You can pay for extracurricular activities that give your children those soft skills and experiences and, again, confidence and networks that help them succeed in later life. Now, that's completely understandable. I'm a middle-class parent. I totally understand. You don't want your child to lose out. You want to give your child every opportunity to thrive and flourish. But that means that your children, the gap between your children and other people's children is just going to get increasingly large. So we have to think about how we can share the opportunity more genuinely for all children. And we have to look, I think, at the structure and funding of our education system as a key part of this. So, how can we address these inequalities? And I'm going to talk on 3 levels here, both at the societal level, because I think that's the fundamental problem, really. It's not, for me, the education system, it's the fundamental societal level. But we'd also have to look at the education system as a whole, and I think we have to look within universities about what we are doing too. So, at the societal level, we have to tackle this underlying problem of poverty and inequality through major policy reform. I'm a social policy person, so you'd expect me to say this, I think. We have a look at wage levels. Our minimum wage is not enough. If you work 40 hours on a minimum wage, you don't have enough to meet that minimum income standard to survive and thrive. So we need to look at those levels of wages. We need to look at employment rights and reduce the precarity of employment. Some people are in jobs where they don't know from one week to the next how many hours of work they're going to get. They might be asked to come in for a shift tomorrow, and if they turn that opportunity down, they might not get any further work. If you have a shift and you have no childcare for that, how are you expected to manage that kind of job? So we need to look at our employment rights and link to that our trade union regulation, which is one of the reasons why employment rights are so poor in this country. And we need to look further at investment in education, health and social security. And we can afford this through a fairer taxation system because we are a very wealthy country. So we can do this. But these are very challenging reforms. Not everyone is going to buy into these. How can we make the case for why this matters and why we should do this? Well, I think we need to make the case, and we can make this case, because we can say that actually everyone will benefit if we can reduce the stress and anxiety related to this fear of losing out. If all members of society have the opportunity to flourish, no matter what kind of work they do, then the fear of somebody ending up in a not such a nice job will go, because there won't be those jobs there. Everyone will have a job with dignity and with an amount of wage that you can live on and flourish. So I think we can make the case that everyone can benefit from this move in quite major ways to reduce poverty and inequality. What can we do in the education system around this? Okay. So this is where I'll say a few more challenging things, I think, but we can start with putting more support into schools in disadvantaged areas, and we can also look at further education colleges, which play a massive role in this agenda, and yet have been less funded than other parts of the system. And the Augar review talked about this, and I know that within the university context, there's a lot of anxiety about Augar, and will the resources shift from one part of the sector to another? I really think we need to argue that this isn't a zero-sum game. We need to maintain support for universities, but we also absolutely must increase support for further education. And we've got to work together, I think, across those boundaries to make this work and make it meaningful. Augar actually had a statistic which I wasn't so conscious of, and it actually quite shocked me when I read it. He said that while the numbers of young people coming to university has been increasing, and we've certainly seen this at the University of Birmingham, there's actually been a decline in the number of those getting post-18 education. I thought it can't be true. It just can't be true. We've seen such a massive increase in people coming to university. It can't be true. The numbers are going down. But they have. And the figure he quotes again is that almost 40% of 25-year-olds lack any qualification beyond GCSE. Isn't that staggering? I mean, we're always immersed in university education. We don't always see the other half, almost literally, of young people, students that don't progress. He argues that we need to strengthen vocational and technical education with improved funding, better maintenance offers, and more coherent qualifications. And in relation to HE, he also talks about reintroducing maintenance grants. And I think those are really important recommendations that we should take very seriously. But perhaps Augar doesn't go far enough in relation to some of these issues, I'd argue. And if you read Lee Elliott Major and Stephen Machin's book on, I'm trying to think of what it's called now. It's not against social mobility, but it's something, social mobility and its critics, I think it's called. They argue we need to desegregate our education system from schools kind of upwards, maybe have lotteries for school admission, so not have catchment areas where middle classes can again buy those homes near those areas, but open it up to everybody, make it randomly selected. And actually the University of Birmingham School has an interesting admissions policy. It's not around a catchment area. There are different places where people can come from to try and make the student base more diverse. So we need to look at those kinds of ways, not just for schools actually, but maybe even for higher education. And this is something that Tim Blackman, who's now the Vice-Chancellor at the Open University, but was at Middlesex before that, he said maybe we should have a comprehensive university system. That sounds quite radical, doesn't it? A comprehensive higher education system. Let's get rid of selection for universities and these different tiers of university that we have at the moment. What would that look like, and why don't we have that at the moment? Why do we all think, well, that's a bit too much, that's a bit far? Well, at the moment we have obviously in compulsory education, in primary and secondary, that's not generally selective. I know Birmingham has its grammar schools, but we're unusual. And actually selection doesn't work well in compulsory education, even in grammar schools. Grammar schools cream off the sort of brightest students, and they remain bright. The grammar schools don't add much, actually. The value added happens in comprehensive schools. They are the best schools in terms of value added and actually improving young people's potential and their achievement. So selection doesn't work in compulsory education. It doesn't work very well at all. Why do we have it in higher education then? Well, partly because universities believe that some students just wouldn't be able to manage the rigorous demands of coming to certain universities. At universities, the students maybe wouldn't be hardworking enough to achieve those top grades. And then sometimes we kind of almost blame the schools and say, well, the schools haven't done their job and we can't do it now. It's too late. We need to be selective and get the best students for our courses. But actually, young people from poorer backgrounds do better at university than their peers from more affluent backgrounds when you control for A-level grades, because they have had to get through all those barriers that those other students haven't. They haven't had all the advantages. They do better. And even those that actually do struggle more, if we could give more support to those students, they could thrive in the similar kinds of environment to other students. So we need to think about the appropriate levels of support. Couldn't do this without that. But we could have a much more open and non-selective university system. And research suggests, this is research from the United States actually, that diversity actually improves learning for all. It isn't just about trying to help those who aren't so bright and those from more disadvantaged backgrounds. It helps everyone. Research in the US finds positive effects on problem-solving skills, motivation, satisfaction, self-confidence, critical and complex thinking, and civic engagement from learning alongside peers from diverse backgrounds. Using peer-to-peer learning, other methods, we see that everyone improves. And that's what we see in comprehensive schools too. So why can't we think about a more comprehensive system of university? So, linked to this, Tim Blackman's proposal is that either we just have open access or a basic matriculation standard and then selection by lottery if demand exceeds supply, or he says let's replace our spending on access with a levy for universities in England based on targets and quotas. So if you have a university with very few students from poorer backgrounds, you'll have to pay a levy unless you increase that figure. That levy will then go to universities that have higher levels of students from those backgrounds to support them. But he also says actually it's a problem if a university has too many students from poorer backgrounds. We need to get more affluent kids into those universities. So he's about trying to increase diversity across the sector, not just shifting the bright, poorer kids into the top universities, because that would just reinforce the problem anyway. So he's got some various ideas about how he would do this. It's a HEFi working paper if you're interested to look at that further. He does kind of then backtrack a little bit from the idea of full comprehensivization and says, oh, maybe there are some universities that we should maintain as selective and research intensive, and I'm not quite sure of his logic, but anyway, he kind of backtracks a bit. But he also says something we talked about yesterday here in this conference about perhaps the need to reduce the focus on the pure kind of cognitive skills and look at softer skills and other kinds of skills too. Okay, so, oh gosh, my spelling's gone on this one. So we've talked about the education system as a whole and society as a whole. What about within universities? What can we do? And again, I know there's some great papers lined up for the next couple of sessions on this. So these are just a few very brief thoughts. But I think we should be looking more at contextualised offers. As I say, we know that students from poorer backgrounds who achieve slightly lower grades actually do better, or certainly the ones that achieve the same grades do better at university. So why don't we take that into account more when making offers to improve access? In trying to reduce dropouts and attainment gaps, then we need to not focus on supporting them, the students. Well, we do need to do that, but we also need to reflect on us, about the institutional frameworks, reviewing our curriculum, delivery and assessment methods. And we heard yesterday again about block teaching methods and what difference that made. I think that was in Victoria in Australia, is that right? So, you know, there are different methods we can use which make a difference to the outcomes for different students. And we also need to break down these invisible cultural walls to build and strengthen communities of learning. And we talked quite a bit about communities yesterday too. And as I say, I'm sure we can discuss many of those more in the sessions. I think we need, as certainly a research-intensive university, to evaluate the effectiveness of different approaches. We don't really know what works. We're not good at trying different things, and even if that fails, we've tried. And I think we need to do more to try out different approaches and evaluate them. And I do think we need to collaborate more with further education and think, as we have done in this conference too, much more about lifelong learning. So quick summary and then a quick conclusion and then open. So summary, I've said poverty and inequality in the UK is high and increasing. Education at the moment, sadly, apart from for some people, of course it works for a few, but is not generally a route out of poverty. Poverty is a route out of education. And we need to tackle this on a range of levels, both at the broad societal level in terms of policy reform on poverty and inequality, potential major changes to structures of our education system, and changes within our education system. So, just to conclude, this isn't only, might sound, I do believe in social justice, and this is where a lot of what I speak about comes from, but this isn't only about social justice for its own sake. This isn't just the right thing to do. It's also about improving the quality of education and the quality of life for all. It's not about helping those poor kids from those poor backgrounds. Yes, it is. It's also about helping all children from all backgrounds and our society to be a better society and for everyone to flourish. So we need to ask ourselves, and the public more broadly, about what kind of society we want and what role higher education and education more generally should play in relation to that. If we want a society without poverty and social division, where everyone can make a contribution and lead a life without anxiety, fear of losing out, without poverty, then we need a university sector that reflects that vision of a good society. And I'll leave it there for questions and comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Matthew Francis. I will be chairing this session on addressing inequality. We've got 9 very exciting papers for you, split over an hour and a half, with a little 5-minute, 10-minute break in the middle for you to switch sessions if you so wish. I'm not going to say anything else because the speakers have got far more interesting things to say than me, so I will introduce, to begin with, our first speaker, Sarah Jane Fenton, on using PebblePad as a tool for portfolio-based assessment.
Hello, my name's Sarah Jane and I'm a lecturer in mental health policy here at the university in the Institute for Mental Health. And that's a bit of a wolf in sheep's clothing title, I'm afraid, because it belies my real interest, which is in student mental health and inclusive assessment practices. So I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, Marius and Paul, who are somewhere in the audience. I'm sure they can wave, there they are. And I'm going to talk to you today briefly about why you should assess differently, or why you could assess differently. What did I do that was different? And then what was the result of that? So what was the feedback from students? And then wrap up with some overall conclusions. So why should we assess differently? Well, we know that mental health is an increasing concern within higher education settings. And there's currently no research really exploring how to design assessment methods to better support students with mental health issues. We know that assessment is a key trigger point for stress in students. The report cited here said that examinations were usually the biggest concern for students, or these big summative assessments. And in the poll that they did, 90% of their students reported that they found these caused them more stress than expected, with only really 2% suggesting that exams and assessments didn't cause them any stress at all. So what I was interested in is how can we innovate to actually respond better to the mental health needs of our students, and how do we ensure that actually the way in which we assess students isn't triggering stress in and of itself, or triggering problems that perhaps weren't there in the first place for some students. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to use ePortfolio to challenge some of the monolithic assessment structures that exist, these very large summative pieces of work, either exams or final reports, that are predicated on things such as being well enough to perform on the day, or well enough to perform in a certain time frame, that potentially disadvantage certain groups of students. So this paper really considers the benefits of an e-portfolio, an electronic portfolio assessment, in relation to addressing these inequalities around mental health and well-being, through enabling students to manage their own work at their own pace, and to time things better for themselves, and work deadlines around their own needs. So portfolio-based learning isn't in and of itself new. It's used extensively in health and social care. We use it in teacher reflection, in education settings. But we don't actually use it for the assessment itself. It's often something that's used either in pastoral management, or it's used just for reflection. We haven't really got a big body of work that looks at how you use it to assess. So this is just an example of the interface that Paul designed with me. So we introduced it on a small module. We had 15 students in an optional third-year module, which is a Sociology of Health and Illness module. And over 50% of the students who registered on that course disclosed within the first few weeks, they self-selected into the course, which is interesting, that they had a significant welfare issue, some of which were known to the university, many of which weren't. What this looks like for, in terms of actually using the interfaces, there are the ribbons along the top. So the assessment was broken down into chunks that they completed at their own pace, with a final reflective element at the end. And I actually formally assessed their capacity for reflection as a critical skill as part of the assessment. It wasn't something that we bolted on, it was actually a formal part of their skills assessment. So it was a patchwork model assessment. Patchwork assessment is one of those things that you people refer to as knitting together. I came from quite a greedy family, and there's that old joke of, how do you eat the elephant in the room? The answer is one bite at a time. And so it was more that kind of model of how do they break this down into manageable chunks that the students can respond to and manage themselves. So they had 5 elements that they had to complete, 3 of which had formative feedback included into them. So there was the sociology theory, they looked at some health systems, stakeholder perspectives, they talked about the individual population of interest of their research, and then they had their reflective practice assignment. And what they were doing was they were building a case study around a mental health issue of their choice. So they may have chosen men's mental health, they may have chosen domestic violence and mental health, but they were building these pieces together. And that the model that was adopted was really to more reflect working practice. There isn't really a job I can think of where you go out into the workforce and you spend 6 months and you just deliver a project and that's it. Normally it's a more iterative process where you get feedback from colleagues and you refine your product as a result of that feedback and then you deliver your project. So it was really to help them pace their work better. And because it was a third-year module, actually there was an unintended benefit of it, that they managed to think about pacing their dissertation better, breaking it down into these manageable chunks where they worked out how much of what they needed to apportion where. Those two kind of elements on the side are just to show you the sort of windows that they input into. There was a bullet point list of the skills they had to demonstrate throughout the module at the top to remind them as a prompt. And that there is actually a video of Pete Beresford having a rant about how not to treat survivor researchers. But there was some kind of thoughtful stimulus for that section to remind them of the sort of things that I wanted out of that section. So how did it go, the results of this? Well, the feedback from students was good. This is sort of a standard MEQ form that some of you may be familiar with, where the students give in their feedback at the end of year in a formal way. So it had a sort of 4.5 average, but there was also student feedback at regular intervals. I actually discussed with them every couple of weeks how the course was going, how the structure was going. They had their regular 3 formative pieces throughout the term, and the actual informal feedback indicated to me where I needed to tweak things or change things to respond to how they were understanding concepts that were being delivered as we went through. So I asked them each week if there was anything they didn't understand, which is fairly standard, and we used that to then build into the next coming weeks. So in terms of the positive outcomes from this form of assessment, the majority of the student feedback was positive. That bottom quote is quite an interesting one, that they believe the format of the assessment helped them to break up their workload efficiently. That's that elephant eating achieved right there. And in the middle one, they talked about the fact that it made them less stressed. And it gave them the opportunity to pace their work, which made them less stressed and panicked, which was the intention of breaking down and redesigning the assessment in the first place. So in terms of the goal I set out for students who filled in the feedback, this was reported as something that was positive and that helped them structure their work and manage their work better. In terms of the outcome and grade benefit to students, the average was equivalent to the previous year that had an entirely different examination-based assessment structure. There was no dip, there was no variation. It was broadly similar across the grade average. But the formative pieces of work gave me as a lecturer a real insight into where material was clearly understood or where we needed to revisit concepts and actually helped me engage with the students better. In terms of critiques of this approach, students critiqued the approach because this sort of top quote is about the fact they didn't like learning a new technology. PebblePad wasn't widely used at that point. It was introduced in the third year, largely for pastoral stuff. They'd never used it for assessment, and they felt that that was a bit much. They also didn't like the fact it didn't have a notification system that was similar to their Canvas module, which is something that we could feed back and tweak. So these aren't things that can't be overcome. I had criticisms from a colleague who raised the fact that this intensive formative approach would be too labour-intensive in large modules. It is labour-intensive, I'll hold my hands up to that, but I don't think it's impossible if you structure it. And I think the benefits of it are actually probably outweigh the labour in terms of the final product being something that's useful. It's much more difficult to mark bad work, I think, and if you give people the opportunity to showcase their skills at their own pace in ways they feel comfortable with, it's a much better assessment of their overall achievement. Another student, which you do get this kind of kickback, actually critiqued being able to set their own question. They didn't like not having the structure of what kind of question you could ask around mental health. They wanted a more directive question, an essay-focused question in the way they were used to. I wasn't quite sure how I felt about that because I actually think that we should be getting third-year undergraduates to form their own questions, develop critical inquiry, and all those sorts of things. But it is worth noting that for some students, you might get that kind of kickback. So what I would say, with my 1 minute remaining, is that inclusive assessment is possible. And I actually think we need to be designing assessments that offer all of our students the opportunity to showcase their skills and learning within our programs. I think mental health is something that we all have. I think it's not okay that we persist with structures that don't mirror working life and cause undue and unnecessary stress. And so the questions I would have for you, thinking about some of the themes in this presentation to go away and think about are, is this the best way of doing this? Is this the most effective way of assessing students' skills, of assessing their knowledge, essentially, that they've gleaned throughout our courses? Is this our most efficient way of testing ability? Could we be doing this differently? or have we just become a bit path dependent in higher education on things that we're used to and reproducing those structures? So if you want to find out more, that's a video I did for my teaching portfolio, and I'm very happy if you want to email me. Thank you. Oh, do you want me to ask questions?
Okay, and next up, will you please welcome Lucy Atkins and Richard Hall from De Montfort University on inclusive curriculum design.
Thank you. Well, I made it up the stairs without falling, so I'm off to a good start. I'm afraid it's just me today. My colleague Richard wasn't able to join us. But I wanted to talk to you about some of the work that we're doing at De Montfort University in Leicester. So I'm a researcher, and my primary role at the university is the evaluation and the project management of the Freedom to Achieve project, which is DMU's institutional response to the attainment gap. So nationally, at present, white students are 13% more likely to achieve a 2-1 or a first, compared to students of colour. And we know from a vast body of research that this isn't due to those students not achieving their best. It's due to systems and structures within higher education institutions that adversely affect students of colour and that privilege white students. So at DMU, where over half of our students are students of colour, approximately 56%, we are very keen to address this problem. At the moment, our attainment gap is 8.9%, but there's still a lot more work to do. So a little bit more about our project. So for the last 2 years, the project has been running in a pilot phase, and we've been working with 40 programmes across the institution, 10 per each of our 4 faculties. And that work has largely revolved around us supporting programme teams in reviewing their own programme-level attainment gap data, thinking about where fluctuations or reductions in the gap may have occurred and why those might have occurred, and also reflecting on how they can develop a culturally inclusive curriculum. And a core part of that work has been around co-creation, around highlighting student voice within programmes for programme teams to learn more about their students' experiences within their programme. So over the last academic year, from November to April, we ran programme-level co-creation events, bringing together students and staff from each programme to talk about their students' experience around 4 key themes that we developed from the literature related to the attainment gap. These are teaching and learning, development, both personal and academic skills for students, relationships with their staff and also with their peers on their course, and then community within their programme and then more broadly within the university. We worked with a total of 310 students, the majority of whom, about 40%, were second years, the majority were female, about 65%, and the majority were BAME. The percentage for that is 49, which I'm sure those of you who know maths are thinking that's not the majority, but actually a lot of them didn't disclose their race, so there were less white students than BAME students that worked with us. The idea behind these sessions was to create a gateway for conversation, to encourage conversation around student experience, so that programmes could then take that information, that knowledge, that experience from their students and think about how they could improve the experience for all of their students. So some of the prominent themes that came out of those discussions with students were student integration. So students talked about a lack of integration between different student ethnic groups. They talked about feeling segregated and that there weren't many opportunities within their programmes to mix groups. So students talked about the fact that maybe there could be more opportunities with induction around social activities where students were encouraged to mix. And it was also highlighted through our work that the system that's currently used within DMU for timetabling and for grouping of students for lessons means that they tend to be grouped by surname, which for students who have ethnic surnames means that they're all then automatically bunched together and they're not given an opportunity to interact with other students from other backgrounds. So these things are quite quick and simple wins, things that we can change quite easily as staff, that then mean that students have a better experience. Students also talked a lot about placements. So students of colour tended to claim that they were less aware of opportunities that were available to them. They didn't know how to access the information and the guidance as well as their white peers. They didn't feel that they were as easily accessible for them. And students also talked about a lack of more specific placement opportunities to fit in with their courses and with their requirements. In relation to personal tutoring, students talked about not always feeling that their tutors are maybe able to understand their perspective and their experience, and that this meant, particularly in the cases of students of colour, that they felt less able to turn to their personal tutors about issues that they were facing because they weren't sure if their tutor would understand what it was that they were going through. Students talked about a lack of role models within the institution, sometimes in relation to their programme teams, but also in relation to guest speakers, the people that we choose to bring into the institution. And that was highlighted both in terms of students of colour and also females. We tend to ask white males to come and speak at the university. And again, this is a simple thing that programmes can reflect on and think about and look for other people that might be valuable to bring in to speak to their students. Careers and employability. Students expressed similar difficulties as with placements in terms of struggling to get access to guidance and information around careers and employability. There's already work being done around that at the institution. So DMU now runs the HEFi Conference, which is an employability and careers conference within health and life sciences, focused specifically for students of colour to encourage them and give them the support and guidance that they need. So we've been able to make changes based on the kind of work that we've been doing. And then lastly, campus space. So this was a bit of a mixed bag. Students spoke positively and negatively about campus space. So we've recently had quite a big campus development for our art schools. And a lot of the space within that building is very long, open studios. So all the students, regardless of year, all kind of end up in the same space, all working openly. And students talked about how that's really increased their sense of belonging because they're constantly mixing. They're seeing second and third year students and postgraduate students, the ones above them, who can be role models for them too. And there's a lot more visibility and exchange between different student groups because of the way that that space has been designed. Students also spoke about certain areas of campus that were thought of as kind of white spaces, or sometimes black spaces or Asian spaces, where they were felt to be a particular area where only one particular group of students tended to mingle, and so other students felt less comfortable engaging in those spaces. And they're things that we're able to take away and consider how we can facilitate those spaces. So the way that we have begun to use this data, as I said, we finished these sessions in April, so we're still working through all the things that we've learned. So in terms of the programme teams themselves, our champions, so the way that our project works is that we have faculty-based champions, and they took personalised reports back to each programme and talked through them, kind of the main themes that had come up for their students, so that they could take things away and think about what little changes they might make in the short term, but then planning for longer term changes that could improve the experience for their students. I'm also in the process of creating an aggregated summary of all of that data, which is some of what I've shared today. And I'm working through that a bit more so that we're able to show a broader picture. And this will be shared externally, but also within other kind of areas of the institution. So with the Students' Union, with our Careers and Employability team, the Library and Learning Services Directorate, and other groups where this kind of information, where students have raised issues that are related to them, will be useful for helping them to think about how they can help on the broader scale. Because we know that the attainment gap isn't just an issue with curriculum, it's an issue with students feeling a sense of belonging in the institution, so it's a much broader issue. And then lastly, we have funding for 2 more years of work, and the findings from the work that we've done over the last year have really helped to influence how we will develop the project going forward. So we're currently in the process of doing that, and that data is helping us to think about what kinds of areas of work we need to focus on so that we can improve the experience for all of our students. We will be sharing the report when it's ready. I realised I didn't put it on the slide, but my Twitter handle is quite short. It's LucyJCA. So it will be available there if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And could you please welcome now our third speakers, Dan Herbert and Rob Fleming, on transition into university for students with non-traditional qualifications.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Dan, that's Rob, if you don't know. So this is the end, we've just come into the end now of a 2-year project on transforming transitions. 4 universities involved, Exeter, Birmingham, Queen Mary and Loughborough, and each of those partnered with an FE college as part of this project. The conditions of our grant, so we have to mention this was HEFi OFS money that funded this every time we present on it. So in this little presentation, what we want to do is give you a brief outline of the problem, then of the project. We're going to look at one of the interventions in detail, which is one that Rob was involved with, which was about math support for students, and then summarise with some key findings at the end. So I think a lot of people have seen this graph now that came out of a HEFi document last year around attainment gaps for students with BTEC qualifications. So students, even if they come into university with the very best graded BTEC qualifications, tend not to graduate with first or 2-1 degrees to the same extent as you might expect compared to their peers with A levels, or it's a very poor graph for reading it. On the far right-hand side there, students with IB qualifications. So the dark grey bit there with BTEC, I think, sort of summarises the problems around the attainment of these students. However, there is some evidence that if students, when they come into university, hit the ground running and are helped to do well quickly, that can be transformative in terms of their overall outcomes. And I know this correlation doesn't prove the causation, but what we're trying to show here is that students who do well in year 1 tend to go on and do well later on. And I think there's good evidence that transition into university and helping students do well in year 1 can be a relatively an important thing that helps them to graduate with, to achieve their potential at university, maybe. So we wanted in this project to try and address these differential outcomes, and the summary is here of the problem. These are the differential outcomes. So students tend not to get a first. Students are more likely to drop out if they have BTEC qualifications. Students with BTEC qualifications at Russell Group and selecting universities are much less likely to complete their degrees than students with similar qualifications at other groups of universities. And at the end of their courses, students with BTEC qualifications have a salary gap on graduation, and that's at its largest at Russell Group universities, selecting universities. So it's a significant problem. So this project was based around understanding the difficulties or the issues that was faced by these students when they arrived in university. We used a theory of change methodology to work with that. So we had 2 phases to the research methodology. We started off by investigating the problem and trying to surface the issues that were around there. And the second phase of it was implementing targeted interventions to address the problems that had been that had been found at that point. The interventions that we came up with were designed to be evidence-based. So rather than, I think we do a lot in higher education sometimes where we've got a gut feeling it might be a good thing to do, we were trying to get away from that. So we used the evidence from the first phase of this project to design the interventions that we were going to put in place. We wanted to make sure that these weren't done in one institution, that they were, so every intervention was put in place at least 2 of the partner institutions. They had to be things that were scalable, that weren't done on a small scale. They had to be things that we could do as a large scale. And we were going to roll them out in 2 phases. We were going to pilot the intervention, and then we were going to put it in place in full. And the 4 interventions that we came up with, or that we thought were important, one was around tutoring and the support of students through tutoring. One was around pre-entry, informing students pre-entry about expectations and opportunities and those kinds of things, with an online module to support that. The one we're going to talk about in a bit more depth is around improving support for mathematics and teaching, which is something these students identified as being a problem. And the fourth one was around academic writing, students not knowing what was expected of them from academic writing. And I don't think anyone would be surprised by those as interventions of things that all students would struggle with, but the BTEC students seem to struggle with disproportionately when they arrived at university. So I'm going to hand over to Rob now, who's going to talk a little bit about the math support intervention.
Okay, thank you. down. I'll try and work this one out. Okay, so what we did was we had business and sports science students was the cohort we were looking at. Within the universities, there were 4 interventions that we took action on. One was peer-assisted learning at one of the schools. A second was just generally encouraging use of the Maths Support Centre. Thirdly, at Birmingham, we looked at software, maths software. Alex and My Maths software was used extensively, as was lecture capture. All 4 of the above had their advantages. You know, there's no doubt they all had an impact on the success of some of the students to different levels. But they all had their limitations also. So the peer-assisted learning was probably generally went down well because it benefited both the teacher and the taught, which worked very well. The Maths Support Centre is excellent within the several establishments that we're referring to. The difficulty, however, as you probably know, is to encourage the right people to take up that support and to realise that they'll benefit from it. The software that I used quite extensively was beneficial to some extent, but it was encouraging people to actually make use of that software to make a difference to their future success or otherwise. Lecture capture had definite benefits at times, but particularly in our case for the international students that we have in the accounting, in the business school and the accounting and finance, etc. But it did have its limitations also. From the results of where we've gone, what I'm most interested in is how this is going to affect my future studies, my future teaching within the groups that I'm going to be teaching. The comment from the report was physical, people-based resources. So the report had recognised that those seemed to have the interactions that actually made the most difference. And within my work, I recognise that a lot of what we've done here has been useful and beneficial, but to me, the best way I can do that will be in the first term when the students are fresh from being at school and being taught BTEC qualifications or not having done any maths for 2.5 years, I'm going to be setting up sessions with the students directly. So to actually, with specifically those students that haven't done maths at A-level, we'll be putting on classes to prepare them for the maths that they're going to be in the second term, and with a view to that making a difference and helping them to achieve, because undoubtedly those students that do well in the first year, no matter what qualifications they've got, they can go on to do well in the second and third year. Okay, Dan.
Okay. If anybody wants to talk about any of the other interventions, we can do that separately as well, or talk to Rob about that. One of the interesting things that this project showed up, though, was that although the interventions, that when we've evaluated them, have had some positive effects in the way that Rob's just described, it's thrown up a sort of some wider issues and barriers to addressing these to these problems. The first one we've come across is that there is very considerable variation across the sector about the way we collect data in this area. There are some simple things we could do here. For example, every school pupil in the UK is given a unique learner number. Why isn't that their student number when they come to university, so we can track them right the way through to destination? That would just have made life so much easier. So I think there's a data collection issue. I think there's a cultural issue around fairer access and educational outcomes within universities. There is a tension, certainly in selecting universities, about selecting what we deem to be strong students and defining what we think of as successful outcomes of those students. We've used very narrow definitions around those, and the discussion and the culture around that needs to work. I don't think interventions necessarily deal with that. I think the last one we come across is the extent to which partnerships between higher and further education are very weak. It's often done just in terms of outreach and encouraging students to apply or to have high ambitions. If I asked the teachers in this room if they knew what students who'd studied a BTEC or a vocational qualification had done at FE College before they came here and what the likely skills that those students would bring to university would be, I think people find that question very difficult to answer. Equally, people in FE colleges find it very difficult to explain exactly what's expected of students when they come to university. So those kind of partnership working arrangements are important. So I think those three kind of macro level themes were important that came out of this project as well. And the last thing with, I'm on minutes and everybody else has been so good, we need to think about the difference about transition journeys. The red one, where we've got compartmentalised transitions with individual institutions being taking responsibility, I think needs to change to one where there's more partnership around transition, preparing students for study, inducting them into study in a different environment, and then making sure they complete successfully. And there's our email addresses if you would like it. Thank you.
And for our final paper of this half of the session, please welcome Els van Gater and Rina de Vries on finding the expert within teaching in more inclusive ways.
Hi, I'm Els.
I'm Rina.
And we work with HEFi at the BIA. The session today is about how to teach more inclusively, and I think sometimes it can seem quite a daunting task. So what we have done is we are simply trying to give some examples of what it is that we do in our practice and finding ways of expanding that into other areas where perhaps we don't see ourselves as having as much expertise, and hopefully give you a tool to go away and reflect further on your own teaching practice. There's already been some work at the university on inclusive teaching. The group of HEFi scholars and fellows have worked on coming up with a working definition of what inclusive teaching is. And here are some of the aspects. It's about enabling every student in that room with you to learn to the best of their ability, to participate and have their contributions valued, to be supported by staff and by other students, to feel safe and respected, and to feel that they belong. And there's quite a lot of different things there, and there's been a lot of people already talking about some initiatives and things, what we can do. And this idea of belonging, I think, has really been a theme that has come across throughout this conference. And I think as teachers, we have some idea of all of these things, whether we're teaching in a lab, in a large group, in a small group. I think we have some idea of what's going on and whether our students might belong. And I think we have some idea about the groups that they belong to and how these groups are represented at the university and how, you know, some of the issues that they might have. But this definition is very much about individuals. It's very much about, yes, these people may belong to these groups and be more likely to have certain feelings about belonging. But actually, what do we know about that particular student, about these individuals that are in the room with us? And I think that's a very important point to make. So the question is, how do we know? And I think one of the things that we're looking at is looking at some ways to find a more structured way, perhaps, into this, to look at a tool for reflection, but reflect specifically on what it is to be inclusive.
Okay, so one of the tools we found quite useful was the 4 lenses Brookfield suggests for reflecting critically on your teaching practice. So we can look at ourselves and build on what we know and do already. We can engage with our peers, start dialogues with our peers. We can look at things through our students' eyes, and we can also engage and keep abreast of the theoretical literature. We'll give some examples and suggestions from our own practice, how this would work out in practice. So if we focus on ourselves, on our autobiographies as teachers, and also what we've learned about teaching over the years, what we've learned from our experiences, what we already know and who we are. I mean, Els and I have been teaching international students for quite a number of years. And what we've learned over the years to make our teaching practice inclusive is that we have to make maybe certain adjustments, not talk too fast, not overload slides with words, because it's very difficult for a second language speaker to process spoken language and read at the same time. Allow for regular breaks so people can have time to digest and maybe ask some questions. Most importantly, I feel that we shouldn't focus on our international students as somehow lacking something, so with their imperfect English, or imperfect, I should do this, but acknowledge they speak more than one language and find the common ground. And okay, I often tell my students we're at an international university here, so we're all international. I'm from the Netherlands, I'm not from the UK, so we try to find that international perspective, and it's important to value their contribution, so what they can bring to the lessons.
Another lens is to look at what other people are doing, so what is happening with our peers. And I want to give 2 examples about that. This is something that, a situation that I went through. I was looking at a particular journal article, and I'd like to share it with you. It's about a very interesting topic which has already been mentioned at this conference as well, which is universal design for learning. I was quite interested in it, and I was reading about it. And if you could have a look at the column on the left and see whether you have a reaction to what you're reading there, specifically this. It was, yeah, I'm getting a reaction. It's an online journal article. There's an inconsistency in spelling, which means that there are some mistakes there. And of course, looking back at the autobiographical lens, as somebody who's been an English language teacher, and as somebody who's been told how important it is to get things right, I got quite a negative reaction to seeing this in a published journal article. And then I went on to read a little bit more, and I came across this. This is definitely a red flag. Then is misspelled and long-held beliefs, and I was just getting more frustrated with this. But as I read on, I came across this text, and the author says, I'm also dyslexic. I used to look at this as a weakness. Now I look at this as a strength. And at that point, I'm going, oh, hang on. I'm becoming a little bit embarrassed about my reaction to this, because it's perfectly acceptable, isn't it? But it's a journal. Shouldn't that have been simply spell-checked by a spell checker, by another person? What about the editors of this article? So I'm still, and so I don't know, I went through quite a lot of emotions while I was reading this, thinking, why have I got this normative view? Why do I think we should be gatekeepers? Why do we need to keep certain people out who are not able to live up to this normative view, this sort of perfection that I have in my head of what it should look like? Why are we all in this together? And it raised those issues. A completely different journal has this as their style guidelines. They say that they want manuscripts written in English which is intelligible to a wide international academic audience, but it needn't conform to native speaker norms. I thought, that's refreshing. That's actually acknowledging that it would be harder to do that for somebody, and so we're keeping certain people out if we are holding them up to native speaker standards. To be fair, this particular journal is the Journal of English as a Lingua Franca, so they are looking at English being used as an international language, so there's a reason for it. But if these other journals can do it, what's happening? And it does make you think about yourself and how you react to people. So that was one example I wanted to give of where I think if you look at what others do and what's actually happening out there, it could make you reassess what you're doing yourselves. The other thing I wanted to mention is the Open Classroom, which is an initiative at the University of Birmingham, which allows you to go and watch what other people are doing across campus in a situation where you might not normally teach, in a completely different context, perhaps with different profiles of students. So I think there's a lot to be learned from observations in your own department, but it's really great. You can also go somewhere else. So if you didn't know about this possibility of going to see what others do and letting others come to you, then I've got the link on the slides, but you can also Google HEFi and Open Classroom and you'll find it on our website. So I think it's just a great opportunity to do that.
Okay, so a third lens in Brookfield's model is students. So we can look at how our students respond to us. We can ask the students for their view, whether we're being inclusive or not. Be approachable, welcome students' contributions. So this is all about the students' perception. How to operationalise this? I mean, how do we know whether the student feels safe and respected, supported by staff? How do we know that they belong? When it comes to the way we manage the classroom, the assessments we offer, the resources we offer. I often, at the end of a course, there's the MAQs, of course, but I also send my students a little questionnaire. So how have I supported you during this course? And what can I do to support you better? Think also maybe about one-to-ones when we have that conversation with our students. Okay, so we'll leave you to reflect on this. So how can you get that information from your students? And also, how can you make sure that they learn to the best of their ability? We also mentioned that fourth lens, so engage with the literature. So keep abreast of what's being developed and what's being said about inclusivity. To give you an example, I just spoke about the students' lens. Just a few days ago, I read an article by Kamer Dean, and this lecturer had set up a questionnaire for the students which asked specifically, am I helpful and approachable? Do you feel I respect your views? Am I patient? And that gave me some ideas again to maybe add to that little questionnaire I send out to students to get feedback on whether I'm an inclusive teacher or not. Okay, I think this is all we have time for.
So we'll leave you at the summing up slide and say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have such a packed programme this morning, we don't have time for the speakers to take questions up here, but we do, thanks to their excellent timekeeping, now have a not quite 5-minute break before the next paper, and you are between them and the doors, so if anybody would like to ask them a question, by all means hunt them down, and we will commence with our next paper in about 4 minutes' time. Okay, welcome back everybody, and welcome also our new visitors from the other session. We are sadly a couple of papers down for this half of the session, so we've only got 3 speakers instead of 5, but that does mean that the tight grip of the timekeeper can relax a little bit. And first up we have Sandy Adugal, who will be speaking on the subject of fostering a genuine culture of belonging and inclusion in higher education.
Hi everyone, I'm Sandy Dougal and I'm a researcher here in the School of Social Policy, and I'll be talking about student perceptions of institute reputation and the importance of fostering a genuine culture of belonging and inclusion in HE. So this talk's largely inspired by recent teaching experience. So I was involved in teaching and assessing a group of first-year undergraduate students, and they were asked to do a reflective piece describing their experiences of coming to the university for the first time. And I was involved in marking these papers. And as you can imagine, lots of typical experiences were described, things like anxiety of leaving home for the first time, anxiety of coming to a new city, and eagerness to meet new friends. But there was also a more subtle theme that emerged out of this as well. And it was around how they spoke about themselves in relation to the reputation of the university and how they thought they belonged here. So I'm just going to show you some paraphrase quotes just to give you a flavour of some of the things that they were saying. They said things like, it was my backup choice because I never thought I'd be good enough to get into Birmingham. I was shocked when I got in, but then I was worried I wouldn't fit in. I had some doubts if this was the right place for me. So these feelings were largely described by a large proportion of the students who spoke about Birmingham in this way, and they thought that Birmingham's a prestigious place to be with a good reputation. But these quotes kind of show us that actually these feelings around reputation are barriers to belonging and inclusion. So before I go on to talk about the importance of belonging, I'm just going to talk a little bit about reputation. So we know that reputation is important because we're all familiar with it. It's the world that we currently exist in terms of higher education, with the global growing competition. It's an increased demand on the importance of reputation, and that's across annual rankings, international league tables, and local groupings as well. But it's also important for students as well in how they think about which university they want to attend to complete their course. So this was evidenced by the PTES, the Postgraduate Tour Experience Survey last year, and it showed that the most determining factor for students of choosing where they want to do their course was overall reputation of the institution. So these bits of information are quite revealing because it tells us that actually reputation is important for the HE sector and it's important for students as well. But we know that for students it's potentially a barrier to belonging and inclusion. So what do we mean when we talk about belonging? So belonging is all about student relationship and their membership to the university, and the concept of student, academic and social engagement as well. So we know about all the different inequalities that face different groups of students in terms of gaps in access, attainment and employment, and this follows on from some of the things that Karen was talking about this morning. But we also know that if we do belonging and inclusion really well, that students actually progress really well and their retention rates are good and they succeed. I've included this quote from Mann because I quite like it, and it makes us think about the impact of belonging for students, and it's about students as travellers crossing borders. So if we think about students coming into academia as a new world, how do they fare going into a foreign land, crossing new boundaries? How well do they belong in this new place? At the moment, there's quite a lot of literature around inclusion and belonging, but it tends to focus on what happens when students are already here. We're not entirely sure what happens in the period before, and we're not entirely sure about their thoughts about the reputation of the institution as well, and how that makes them think about how well they feel they are included and belonging in that place as well. One study begins to kind of answer some of these questions, and this is a study from academics from King's College, and they explored the expectations and perceptions of HE amongst students. Unsurprisingly, students' incoming experience of HE come from family, friends, secondary schooling, further education and general media as well. There was this common theme about students saying that they need to be felt that they were in the loop during this transition period as well, so they needed to have enough information about what they were getting themselves into. This was interesting as well, that students' expectations rarely match their subsequent experiences of HE, which means that actually universities could do a little bit more in terms of the guidance and information that they're providing students to help them to feel more comfortable. And when the guidance isn't right, students often feel lost, unsure what's expected of them and where to go for assistance. So how can we start to bridge the gap? I think it's important that we formally recognise that students are in a pre-arrival area, some kind of transition period before they come, and this kind of determines what they think of the reputation of the institution that they're joining, and how do we kind of break any barriers down about any preconceived ideas or stereotypes that they might have. This could be done through direct interventions such as peer mentoring, peer entry induction and community engagement days that focus on inclusivity and diversity both in the community and within our own university community as well. So, in conclusion, I argue that there needs to be a real meaningful and genuine commitment to inclusion, and that means making sure that students feel valued at programme, institutional and departmental level, and making sure that we reframe how we think about first-year students as being in this quite important transitional period, and how we can embed them as stakeholders in higher education. And the goals of working in this way means that actually we can think about increasing supportive peer relations, improving enhancement of knowledge, and ultimately the creation of confident, successful HE learners. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And our penultimate speaker is Gabby Whithouse, who will be talking about models of education provision for refugees.
Hi. So I should start with a terminology explanation. I'm using the word refugees to include asylum seekers and all displaced people. It's just a short form. And this presentation that I'm giving today comes out of the research that I'm doing. Oh, I included this slide because by sheer coincidence it happens to be World Refugee Week, and yesterday was Refugee Day. If anyone wants my slides, there are quite a lot of links on them, and I've just tweeted them, so you can access all the links there. So the context to this presentation is the work that I'm doing outside of Birmingham on my PhD, and it's based on a case study I'm doing at the University of Leicester, which I'll mention in a few moments, about engagement in online learning, but particularly looking at a case study, a group of refugees. So I've developed this framework, which you'll see coming up repeatedly in my slides, and it's just because it seemed to be a helpful way of mapping the different examples that I'm going to show you of the kinds of provision that I've come across for refugees in higher education in the UK and Europe. So it kind of moves across. I'll start with the more non-formal elements and move towards formal higher education, and then at the bottom you've got face-to-face, in-person learning up towards online. So starting from the most non-formal, the least likely to lead to a degree, basically, we've got the concept of OERs, which some of you might be familiar with, Open Educational Resources. The Open University is probably already quite famous for all the work they've done on that. So they've got their Open Learn Create platform, and also Open Learn Create, where anyone can add resources. In terms of our framework, we're looking at very non-formal and completely online learning. If we start moving into slightly more formal, the more formal arena, we have MOOCs, Massive Open Online Courses, of which University of Birmingham is a strong provider using the FutureLearn platform. FutureLearn actually has some partnerships, and actually I saw on Twitter today they announced for Refugee Week, they announced something, a whole new stream of MOOCs for refugees. Coursera also has a stream specially for refugees. So here we're still entirely online, and we're moving towards formal higher education. And this is because many MOOCs now actually offer formal accreditation. Not so many in the UK, but many in European universities particularly. They offer ECTS credits, which is the European Credit and Transfer and Accumulation System. So students can actually use those credits to enter universities. Now, we have some cases of MOOCs with face-to-face support, and I suspect there are quite a lot of these pockets of activity going on around the world, but it's hard to find them online because by very virtue of the fact that they are offline. So that's a picture there. That's from New Horizons website. They're a non-profit organisation in Ireland. They work with the Athlone Institute of Technology. And that is what's called a direct provision centre for refugees in Ireland, which is the way that Ireland handles incoming refugees. Asylum seekers actually puts them in these kind of like camps, but with a lot of facilities. Another example of this is the University of Geneva in Switzerland, which is working in refugee camps, for example, in Kenya. And they've got resource centres, they're physical resource centres with access to the internet and so on. It's much, much, much harder to do MOOCs in these circumstances where access to the internet is difficult, resources are very, very limited. But in these cases, I've put the cross bang in the middle there. It's still very non-formal, but there are opportunities for people to get certificates that could lead to full degrees. And it is very much in the middle between online and face-to-face. Then we have Chiron. Has anyone here heard of Chiron in Germany? They're a non-profit, non-governmental organization in Germany. They set up as a Kickstarter organization in 2015 after that large flood of immigrants came in. And their idea was to offer new immigrants, the opportunity to get into higher education and then into employment, in other words, to increase their chances of integration in society through using MOOCs. So they did a big mapping exercise. They partnered with German universities. They've got over 50 German universities that accept refugees coming in. They give them credit for the entire first year if they've done the requisite MOOCs that have been mapped against their learning outcomes and got all the certificates for them. So they have these 5 study tracks. It's worth having a look at their website if you're interested in that. This is another organisation called the OERU, which is short for the Open Educational Resources Universitas. And the example that I've given you here in the slide is University of Highlands and Islands in Scotland. And this is a way, the OERU is a consortium of, at the moment, about 28 universities and higher education institutions around the world that have combined forces to collaboratively construct entire degrees where each university offers just one module of a bigger program. So in this case, the University of Highlands and Islands gives this certificate for a business diploma, I think it is, where students have done a whole lot of modules from a whole lot of other institutions in the consortium. So it's low risk for each institution and low resource for all the participating institutions. They call them micro courses, but they basically are the same as MOOCs. Then now we're moving towards much more formal kind of higher education. Within the UK, there is an organisation called Article 26, and they arose out of Save the Children in about 2005, and it was actually a student-led initiative to try and provide more opportunities for refugees and asylum seekers to enter the higher education system. So there are guidelines and principles and a whole network of universities around the country, of which Birmingham is one. Birmingham has an offer of a sanctuary scholarship, which is actually funded by a single alumnus. It's offered to an undergraduate. That's available. If anyone knows of a refugee in Birmingham who they have to have their Home Office papers in place, that's available for them at the moment. So I've put that cross right in the bottom right-hand corner. It's in-person, face-to-face, formal education, traditional higher education. An interesting variation of that is the distance sanctuary scholarship. So this is the case study that I'm working on for my PhD at the University of Leicester. And here they've offered 12 sanctuary scholarships to refugees around the world for distance learning on the Politics and International Relations Master's Program. So, for example, 2 of them are in a refugee camp in Malawi. There is at least one person in Leicester, but that person, if that person's deported at any point, it wouldn't prevent them from continuing their studies, or if they move on to another country for any reason. So the distance, offering it as a distance program completely bypasses the Home Office requirements for all the, the right to remain and all that, those boxes to be ticked. This has been going on in Ireland as well for some time through Dublin City University. They have a very similar program called DCU Connected, and they've also just put out a tweet today about new scholarships being offered in Refugee Week. There's a university in Italy that's doing something similar. They're called Uni Nettuno, and they are very well established now. They've been doing this for quite a few years. They have programs in not only Italian, but English, Arabic. They have a lot of academics in exile participating in the program as well, so supporting students from familiar cultures, basically. So I've put the cross in the box right in the top right-hand corner there because obviously this is totally online, but it is a formal, proper degree. I don't know who's keeping time now, but I've got some challenges and, possibilities in response to these challenges. So Marius, just wave at me if you want me to stop. So these are the key challenges that I've come across in my networking with the organizations that are doing this and the reading that I've been doing. And they're not in any particular order. But one of them is the recognition of refugees and asylum seekers' credentials. Many people fled their home countries in the middle of a degree or after having many years after having completed a degree, and the last thing they thought to pack in their bag as they were fleeing was their certificate or any formal paperwork, or if they had it with them, they no longer have it with them. In many cases, the original university where they studied either no longer exists or doesn't respond to calls. So it's very difficult to use traditional recognition of credit mechanisms there. The question of funding for scholarships obviously comes up because it's very nice to offer these things, but places have to be paid for. Even in distance learning, which is often considered to be a less resource-intensive option, it still has to be paid for. Restrictive Home Office regulations have prevented many applicants from, many very suitable applicants from taking up opportunities for sanctuary scholarships in this country. Refugees are not always ready in very many ways for the UK higher education system, linguistically, culturally, even the way their discipline is handled in the country they come from might be quite different. Also, and I think we sometimes tend to forget this, refugees are a highly diverse group. There is no single refugee who can be representative of the entire population, and the stereotype simply cannot be used. So even the notion that, refugees are resilient, they've been through much. There's a lot of work by, there's Jacqueline Stevenson at Sheffield Hallam, who my colleague Kelly mentioned to me the other day about her. She's written stuff about how refugees are expected to be resilient, but many of them actually find the higher education system here overwhelms them. They can't deal with it for reasons that are completely different from all the trauma that they might have been through separately from that. And then the issue of how to support refugees without drawing attention to them. And this is because in many cases where universities do put opportunities in place, scholarships and so on, the staff who are teaching those refugees don't necessarily know who they are in the group. And that's right and proper because they shouldn't be treated differently and given, had attention drawn to them. But on the other hand, they might have very specific needs for assignment extensions and stuff that that need to be treated differently. So I've had a had a symbol there to say that I need to stop. But if anyone's interested, you can find my slides there, references and so on, and contact me if you'd like to have a chat. Thank you.
And for our final paper of the morning, we have Holly Foss talking to the very appropriate, I think, subject of queer pedagogies and transnational education for disruptive practice. What more could one want from a headline act?
Gosh. Okay, thank you for that. I'm by no means slightly intimidated now. Okay, so hello, I'm Dr. Holly Foss. I'm a lecturer in railway systems education based within Birmingham Centre for Railway Research and Education within the School of Engineering here at the University of Birmingham. And as Matthew has said, I'm going to talk to you about queer pedagogies and transnational education. So I intend to go through a few topics as a starting point: internationalisation and transnational education, the concept of mobility applied to academia, and then the notion of queer pedagogy, before thinking about some questions for practice based on my own experiences. So what follows some very reflective comments. I don't have any conclusions, and that will be my conclusion at the end. So internationalisation. This is a buzzword in academia. I think we would all agree within higher education. At its core, internationalisation refers to the concept of preparing graduates to live in and contribute responsibly to a globally interconnected society. Internationalisation then refers to the questions of people, staff, students, organisations that we engage with, the question of place, physical but also conceptual space, the questions of policy, how we do the things that we do, how we engage with them, and also practice, particularly around curriculum, but more broadly too. One component of internationalisation is transnational education. So this is a term I wasn't familiar with when I started thinking about this, and one of the definitions we can use is here. The provision of a higher education degree programme leading to a qualification for students based in a country other than the one in which the awarding institution is located. So transnational education can be delivered in a variety of formats. It might be delivered through branch campuses, for example, as we have in Dubai. It might be delivered through a flying faculty method, whereby staff based in the country of the institution travel to another country to deliver that education and that programme. Or it might be delivered through the use of local lecturers or local tutors as well. Now, transnational education is a key aspect within internationalisation. The statistics are quite striking, in fact. According to Universities UK, some 701,000 students took part in UK transnational education programmes during the academic year 2015-2016. That's actually a greater number of students than the total number of international students we have in the UK. So that's people getting qualifications from UK higher education institutions while studying abroad. And again, according to Universities UK, some 82% of UK universities deliver transnational education programmes. So it's a significant part of what internationalisation is for us within HE. So a little bit about my experiences then. I'm reflecting on this based on my own experience with a transnational education programme. That is the Urban Railway Engineering Postgraduate Certificate. This is a collaborative programme delivered by BCRRE, the Rail Centre at Birmingham, in conjunction with one of Singapore's main metro operators, SMRT. It is taught via flying faculty with support through distance learning provision via our virtual learning environment, Canvas. There are a few aspects to consider in relation to this programme. It's actually compulsory for new graduates joining the company, which adds a problematic element to deal with, and it's not one I'm going to consider today. What I want to consider instead is how we can explore this programme in relation to mobility, and then later in relation to queer pedagogy. So, working within a railway centre, it's perhaps no surprise that I consider internationalisation and transnational education with reference to the concept of mobility and travel. We can think of mobilities as how movements and travel inform our daily lives. We've come here today, for example. In terms of mobilities as a field of study, we can consider mobilities in relation to objects, mobility of objects, mobility of communication, virtual mobility, corporeal or physical mobility as we as bodies move to other places, and imaginative mobility. And I think that education is all about all of these forms of mobility. And I think that this is a useful frame of reference for considering education. More specifically, in academia, I think there are specific challenges in relation to mobility and what I've put on the slide as hypermobility, specifically about how academics move a lot, not about what our joints are like. So there are two aspects that I'd like to draw special attention to regarding hypermobility. Firstly, there's the question of privilege, and then the question of pressure. So these are both things that I think about a lot. I travel to Singapore twice a year as part of this programme, and so it's part of the things that I think about. Privilege, then. We are radically privileged to be able to travel, but that also brings about different dialogues and discourses around privilege and around being, inhabiting, existing in other cultures and other contexts. And here I'd want to add, without questions of imposition and without appropriation. So one thing I'm concerned about is the privilege of travelling, how that links to questions of imperialism or of colonialism within the context of education. In terms of pressures then, travelling can often seem like an exceptionally glamorous part of someone else's job, but the lived reality can be quite difficult. It takes a lot to sit on a plane for 14 hours just because it's tiring, or the pressures around the financial constraints, the personal and caring constraints, how you sort that out around the commitments that we all have in our lives, not to mention the stress and exhaustion of getting off a plane, going to a classroom, going to a meeting, and vice versa. So I think these are some of the challenges around mobility, around hypermobility within the academic context. And I'd like to propose that we try and think about something that I'm calling here agile mobility as a way to deal with these questions of pressure, privilege, and the broader issues of colonialism and imperialism. So this leads me to the queer. So, queer. This is an umbrella term to encompass anything not normative. It's been developed within the field of gender and sexuality studies and used quite a lot within arts and humanities. In the context of education, we come across queering the curriculum, ways of thinking about things in different ways, or including different forms of materials in our teaching. More broadly then, according to Goetschel and Klenk, we can come across queer pedagogies as ways of offering deconstructivist and non-normative perspectives in our classrooms, of developing anti-oppressive teaching methods, of implementing queer perspectives, and of including or promoting a critical reflection of normativity. So in my context of STEM education, science, technology, engineering and maths, this can often seem quite difficult to me. Research into what queer pedagogy in STEM is going to be like can explore or has explored ideas such as proposing things as concepts or conceptions rather than facts. This has been done, for example, in relation to physics teaching. As well as we've already seen this morning, thinking about some of the questions around student inclusivity. So I would want to apply this and think about how this works in our TNE practice within Birmingham Centre for Railway Research and Education as a way to work through some of my own questions about what the politics of internationalisation means, specifically with reference to equality and also with reference to some of these big words like imperialism and colonialism that I've already mentioned. So I've come up with 4 questions for practice. I've put them as questions rather than as statements. And it's things I'm working through that I want to present here. So ensuring representation. I think this is a really important aspect for inclusivity and for what queer pedagogy can be about. And it can be really difficult, especially in a context where disclosure might put somebody at risk. Singapore, this is a problematic nation where homosexuality is still illegal. So that makes it radically problematic within a classroom. And there are many other countries around the globe where this is the same situation. And it's such a fraught issue. I've not got any resolutions for this yet. Avoiding norms. Again, this is something to grapple with, particularly in terms of the balance around quality of critical reflection that we would expect in level 7 and the imposition of what I might consider Western forms of education above and on top of other ways of learning. Fostering questioning. So opportunities to explore not just the answer, but what the problem is, what the question is itself, by engaging with students, engaging with materials. And then finally, the acceptance of ambiguity. And I found this particularly challenging in teaching engineering, that there is no one solution, and prompting this. So these questions then represent some difficult and sensitive balancing acts in our work, rather than some solutions. And unfortunately, I've not worked through this yet. But I'd like to propose that this is okay and that the questioning itself is enough. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We have miraculously managed to finish 3 minutes early, which may not offer sufficient time to ask our speakers questions, not least because I know that some of them have fled the room, but might offer an opportunity to get to the lunch first. But before we do that, could we please just once again thank all of our speakers in both halves of this session.
So the music has gone quiet, so I think that means we're due to start. For those at the bottom, there are actually a few people behind you as well, up in the rafters. Don't know what they're doing up there. Should be sitting at the front, Jerry. It's such a small audience now. I'm going to start calling people out. Anyway, welcome to the employer-led panel. First of all, thanks to the panel. They'll introduce themselves in a minute. A lot of them have gone out of their way to be with us, so let's make the most of them being here. Thank you for staying. I know it's Friday afternoon. It is the graveyard slot. You've all had a lunch. Hopefully we'll keep you awake. You can tweet questions in if you wish to. We're going to have a look at the Twitter feed as we approach the end of the session. So if anybody wants to tweet rather than grabbing a microphone, then please feel free to do so. So before I let the panel introduce themselves, I'm just going to set the scene a little bit. And you've seen some of these images and heard a little bit about it. I just wanted to put it maybe in the context of this session. So have we been here before? Now, when I talk to my undergraduate students now, I think they think I grew up in either the first or the second industrial revolution. I try not to be too offended by that, but I did actually grow up in the third industrial revolution. So when I think back to that time, it was quite disruptive. Computers came in, we did lose a lot of jobs in certain sectors and new jobs were created. At the time, we all thought the world was going to end. And that there would be 50% unemployment. Well, yes, it went quite high, but it was not that sort of disaster. I think we need to keep that in mind when we're dealing with the potential impact of the fourth industrial revolution. So I think we have been here before, and maybe we need to think back occasionally as some of the lessons that we might have learned from then. The other thing I'd like to point out is we have certainly been here before for those of us who watch Star Trek. And I'm really surprised that we haven't had many Star Trek references throughout the whole meeting. All technology that you have in the fourth industrial revolution was effectively invented by Star Trek. So they had artificial intelligence, robotics, they actually had gene editing, lots of cyber-physical data, commander data. Are there any Trekkies in the room? Oh, there's quite a few. And those are the ones that admit to it. They had maybe not 3D printing, but they could print their food, and we now have 3D printers that are constructing food. So all of that was obviously in somebody's mind. They were able to look far enough into the future. The one thing I didn't see discussed terribly often in Star Trek was the jobs. They seemed to live in this perfect world where everybody had money, there was no social disruption, unless it was aliens, which is different. So obviously that's what we're going to consider today. So we're going to deal with what do employers think about what the impact of the fourth industrial revolution is? What do we need to do as universities? So we're going to have a little bit of a sort of debate. And these are some of the things that we'll cover. We'll probably drift around and talk about all sorts of things. I have pre-primed the panel. They've each been had a question selected for them. They've swapped a little bit between them, and I'm sure the questions are overlapping, so I'm sure we'll end up covering some topics just as we go along. And then, of course, there'll be the opportunity for you to ask questions at the end. If you want to butt in along the way, please just shout at us or throw your hand up in the air or jump up and down, and that's all fine. So I'm now going to hand over to the panel to introduce themselves, or introduce myself first. For those who don't know me, I'm John Kernow. I'm Director of Education in the College of Medical and Dental Sciences here at the University of Birmingham. So we'll go from left to right, maybe.
Hello, good afternoon, and thanks for turning up. I'm Tim Jones. I'm Chief Innovation Officer for University Hospital Birmingham. I'm also an industrial professor at Warwick Manufacturing Group. And we're looking very much at what technology will healthcare be using in the 2 to 5 year time frame.
Good afternoon. I'm Charles Hardy from LinkedIn, and for the last 5-6 years I've been heading up our engagement with higher education and helping in terms of leveraging LinkedIn to help students get started in their careers and how universities can continue to engage with them. And a lot recently around skills and online learning.
And I'm Alison Sharp. I'm from Careers Network, so I lead on regional engagement. So I work primarily with SMEs. I find out what their needs are. Then I work with staff to initiate projects, programmes, just to make sure that we add value in terms of productivity and to their business. I also work as well with locally domiciled students. So I'm now leading on a OFS project, which is all about boosting opportunities for people who live in their home region, which is the West Midlands.
And I'm Christina Jackson. I'm a technical director at Jacobs. Jacobs, a global engineering services company. And I've worked for 40 years as a civil engineer and geotechnical specialist. And my area is infrastructure, construction and maintenance. Part of my current role is in leading learning and development in a group of 400 plus ground engineers in Europe. I'm also a visiting professor here with the School of Civil Engineering, and I contribute to the teaching in the MSc programme, the interdisciplinary projects, and in developing curriculum subjects.
Simon Astill, I'm a solicitor. I've been involved in frontline legal services for 18 years, and in addition to that, in the last 11 years, I've been managing legal businesses, both solicitors and latterly barristers. I'm chief executive of 3PB Barristers. We have a number of sites, including one in Birmingham. So as a lawyer, I am the official link between the third industrial revolution, where I think I was probably drug up, and the first industrial revolution, where most lawyers would like to be and left alone.
Thank you. Right, so we're going to move through to the first question, which is actually for Simon to start addressing. So we think our current students, we call them digital natives. I think there's a question about whether they're all of that nature. But does this really translate into the digital skills that employers might be looking for, or do we still really have to upskill our students?
Thanks, John. Oh, this is a really interesting one. I mean, when I looked at this, I'm a great fan, in the first instance, of digital revolution. In between my various roles, I went out and did a startup company, really moved from managing a business where I had 450 people running around after me as managing partner, to developing mobile phone apps in my study at home and having to empty my own bins. So I've been from the sublime to the ridiculous. So, and the digital aspect was one thing that drove me into looking at how do you find solutions to problems. And the key thing, I think, is those two have to be linked. There are an awful lot of digital solutions and digital natives, as you refer to them, who are absolutely excellent at what they can do. But my question to them is, where is the home for those digital skills going to be? Because if you are providing solutions without problems, then that in itself is going to leave people frustrated. And I think the other aspects that I would refer you to is the general sort of stress on artificial intelligence. Again, I would strongly support, although from my own profession, I don't like the use of the word artificial intelligence. I think it's neither intelligent nor artificial. It's actually a series of basic process flows, which are basically controlled by machines extremely efficiently, very quickly, with huge amounts of information being able to sucked in, and solutions delivered as a result of that. But essentially, they cannot think. And that is the big difference between processing and the human intervention. So, while the digital side, I think, is much to be applauded, and it's much to be enhanced, There was a big scare story going around a number of years ago about there was going to be no such thing as lawyers and doctors, and all the professions were going to disappear because the computers were taking over. That is not going to happen. And it's not going to happen because until such time as computers start to develop computers and humans stop developing computers, we will not get something that thinks. And you might argue that's a good idea before we actually move from Star Trek into Terminator country. So the digital side of it is very much to be welcome, but I think also it has to be balanced with the excitement of the new and the high-tech digital aspects of it, but don't lose sight of the basics, because while the new stuff is being developed, one of the things that we find as employers is we are getting students, and indeed qualified students when they're coming through to us, who, yes, they can, send a text all over the place and they can do all the digital stuff left, right, and centre, but they don't know basically how to extract data from an Excel spreadsheet. And so I think that is a really key aspect. So we train them and we give them basic training. I mean, I'm sure, again, the stats are that Word, Excel, all those things that we take for granted, most people use about 20% of them. Well, they are very powerful tools if you can get underneath them. So I think one aspect which I would urge you to is don't lose sight of those, because we train people up and they come to us saying, oh, wow, I didn't realize it could do that sort of thing. I think the other aspects of digital natives is the technology is fantastic. The technology is quick. The technology does not get tired. And it doesn't make too many mistakes. But you've also got to understand, I think particularly when you're going into a profession, about the inbuilt issues with digital technology. So let me give you an example. Within my own profession of the law, people will tell you that digital is safe because it doesn't get tired, doesn't do this, doesn't do that, and doesn't discriminate, and et cetera, et cetera. So there are particularly some really good examples when we are involved in the recruitment process of digital systems that will go through a set of CVs to ensure that we get a balanced view and we're not picking our inbuilt biases as humans are not taking over. The difficulty is, and you have to understand this, is that digital systems are biased. They're biased by the people who program them. And that is whether they recognize it or not, that is inbuilt. So to me, it's not just having the digital native, the understanding, the ability to use all the great new stuff, which is amazing, but it's having it's a deeper understanding of what goes behind those systems, and those sort of aspects of it, and the ability to interact. And I don't want to step on other questions that I know are going to come through, are going to be absolutely as important as the technology itself. Hope that helps.
Could I just bring an example as well closer to home related to our students? So we run something in Careers Network called virtual internships, and they enable our students 4 to 10 weeks experience with an international company. So the example I'm going to give is a company in India, and they get given a project to undertake. And it was a great experience. The student loved it, said it was a real challenge. But one of the things that she actually communicated was how hard it was to communicate her ideas by email. So then she tried by Skype. Now the employer expected her to be digitally savvy because of her age, because of the generation that she's in. And you know what? She presumed it too. But when she actually went through that experience, she thought, this employer is expecting me to know how to communicate in different ways and to communicate digitally. And what she couldn't do is think, okay, how do I get across my ideas through an electronic storyboard, through Powtoon, through some other tools? And maybe that's because we as educators haven't given the experiences to try different things, different ways. So I think, employers have got this expectation, and so have students, But there is a role that we need to play in terms of allowing them to experiment in different ways so they can become more digitally savvy.
I might move on to the next question, actually, and I'm sure we'll circle back to some of these discussions. So, Simon, I think the solutions without problems is interesting, and maybe also talks to the point that Alison makes, that maybe we're not giving enough scenario-based digital skills training. So that's something for us to take forward. So let's move on to the next question. So if that has come up. Yes, indeed. Getting neck ache. And so this is all about AI and virtual reality and augmented reality and all sorts of big data and robotics. And certainly for STEM subjects, we realise that we have to take this very seriously. My question is really about how much this needs to be across all the programmes and all throughout the whole job market, I guess. And I'll pass over to Tim to answer this one.
Thanks, John. Where do you start with AI, I think, is part of the problem, because we haven't got clarity on the language and taxonomy that we use. And the number of people that I speak to that will talk about AI when actually they're talking about something completely different. And even this question is AR, virtual reality, big data, robotics. We chuck them all into the same box, but actually they're all very different. And I think the question we should be talking about is how do we equip our students, our current workforce to be digitally augmented? Because that's what we're really talking about, is how are we going to use the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution to augment what we're doing today. And the AI question for me is quite frightening in some ways and reassuring in others. My favourite question when I interview consultants, which I do on a regular basis, is why should I appoint you? Because a computer's going to replace you in 5 years' time. They all love that question. And the best answer I got, and shows the disparity in the way that people think about AI, I was interviewing for pathologists, and for those of you who work in the College of Medical and Dental Science will know that pathologists don't tend to be the most outgoing people who are looking to develop wider relationships. And the first answer I got was that you will need me for my human touch. And without any irony at all, the person had not looked up from their shoes from the point they sat down at the start of the interview to the point they got up and walked out again. And it was a real sort of heart sink moment at that point. And the next candidate came in, and the next candidate sat down and said, why should I appoint you? Because I can replace you. Pathology is an obvious place where AI and robotics will replace the human pathologist in the future. Why should I appoint you? And her answer was, you will need me for the things you don't even know you're going to find out yet. And I thought that was such a good answer, because AI will throw up far more questions than answers. And what we need to be able to upskill both our students and our workforce is to be comfortable with the fact that they're going to be dealing with far more uncertainty due to AI. People believe AI is going to give you certainty. It's not. It's going to give you a lot of noise. It's going to give you a lot of false positives. It'll give you certainty in some areas, but it'll open up different questions. We're looking at AI in the use of imaging at the moment, and you would have thought this is the easiest place to use AI, because now with digital imaging, digital x-rays, what do we do with digital x-rays? We take a picture, which is actually zeros and ones. We then turn those zeros and ones not into something useful, we turn them into a grey picture that only radiologists can actually read, rather than something that everybody can read. They then will tell us what that picture means, and they will give us the information back. Now, that is an obvious place to be going with AI, because if you've got the digital numbers and you know that pattern is a cancer or that pattern is COPD, then that's relatively easy to do. As soon as we started using the AI algorithms, they threw up a huge number of false positives. And the reason for that was that, of course, we'd done our AI pilots on the very latest machines. that were calibrated in a way that was perfect for doing the pilots. We then ran that information across the machines we're currently using in Walsall, Wolverhampton, Heartlands, some of which are older than the radiographers who are actually managing it. Heartlands have got an MRI scanner which is older than the radiographer that actually runs the machine. And not surprisingly, it threw up a whole lot of results which were meaningless as soon as you started to look at it. And so we do need to think about AI is a wonderful tool, and it will give us answers to a lot of questions, but it will throw up more noise, and we need to get people who are comfortable with that noise. You know, people are very uncomfortable with change, and actually what we will get is a lot more change, and we have to make people quite comfortable to sit in that arena where new things are coming along. Virtual reality, robotics, AI, digitization, big data. The other thing it will do is severely reduce the amount of time you will need to train people. It currently takes us 17 years to train a consultant. By the use of big data, by the use of digitally augmenting, we could get that time down to 4 or 5 years, which will make a massive difference, A, to the workforce. It will also mean that we can get people skilled up far more quickly. We did the 5G pilots yesterday with a robotic hand and an ultrasound, whereby we could get data out of an ambulance, sent to Sweden, back to Birmingham, read in real time by a consultant that was using a joystick to move the robotic hand. And people are saying, that's amazing, no latency, real-time use. What was really amazing was that paramedic at the end of it said, well, actually, due to the robotic hand, I probably now know how to use a ultrasound. And actually, what we had done was probably spent 6 weeks of getting the muscle memory that paramedic would have needed to have gone through in a simulated environment to them being able to do it relatively quickly and creating that muscle memory far more quickly than we're currently doing. And I think it's that digital augmentation that we will get through AI, big data, robotics, which will really be the accelerator to how we change things. The other interesting thing with AI, the biggest investment into AI was announced this week with 150 million going into an AI ethics unit going into Oxford University. If you look at each, and I was trained as a historian, and if you look at each of the industrial revolutions, they have been followed by a massive bloom in humanities and art. And the big questions we're going to be asking ourselves around AI are the ethics of AI. How do we understand probability? What are the legal implications, which are going to be huge to us? We're already doctors asking for the ultrasound that came off that paramedic, which clinician was responsible for it? And where does it sit? Is it the computer? Is it the clinician? Where does legal responsibility? These questions are going to come up. We're talking to our nurses at the moment around genomics, and the AI is heavily underpinning the way that genomics will be undertaken. How do we train our current nurses to be able to tell a patient who's turned up with their whole genome sequence in their hand saying, this is the kind of patient I am, and the nurse will have no understanding of what that genomic picture looks like and how it would affect that patient. And it will completely change the power dynamic between patient and clinician and how we're going to manage that in the future and looking forward. I think there'll be far more fusion science happening in the future where we do need to understand probability. And I think that will go across every discipline in universities and postgraduately, because probability is what you're going to get out of AI, and nobody does probability particularly well. It's an area that we're all very uncomfortable with because you're beginning to forecast the future, and it's not something we're training currently. So I think we will be training a whole load of different skills, not the skills we currently think we'll need. And one of the questions I've been asked is should we be training programmers? We won't have programmers in the future. Amazon Web Services already have programming systems that you can pull down, and through natural language processing, you can tell it what to do. So we don't need those kind of people. What we will need are people who can actually use these health services and be able to understand what they really mean in the future. Now, if I had AI running under this talk, then obviously it would have made more coherence of what I'm saying rather than the rubbish that I'm actually saying to you tonight. But it is an area that is fastly coming towards us at pace. And we don't really know what it's going to mean yet, and we're going to grow together. And actually, we're going to have as big a job teaching our current workforce as we are the future workforce to understand how we manage that. The one thing, going back to the Simon's point around digital natives, we're putting digital natives into digital naive work areas. And the one thing that we do know is that the work areas will very quickly smash the digital native out of them and make them digital naive as well. The first thing we do with our junior doctors is we tell them they can't use WhatsApp, they can't use Facebook, they can't use LinkedIn, they can't use any form of communication apart from a bleep and a telephone. That's the kind of environment they are coming into, and the tension between the two different environments is something else we need to think about.
Thank you. A very fascinating and slightly scary insight into the current NHS. At least you're now doing away with fax machines, finally. So, yes, supposedly, yeah, I'm sure you're not allowed to order anymore. I think that's what. Anyway, we're going to move on to the next question. I'll pass over to Christina, who's going to focus on knowledge.
Okay, so for my subject area in engineering, what we're looking for in graduates is a good understanding of the fundamentals of engineering principles and the ability to apply that to different problems and different circumstances. And that's sort of independent on whatever other tools you use or whatever support processes you use. So a good engineer is a good problem solver, and the necessary skills are analytical skills, critical thinking skills, and what may surprise you, creative thinking skills. Because just learning a lot of factual information and being able to reproduce that does not cut it. That does not make a good engineer. Because an engineer needs to synthesize data into a conceptual model and then be able to analyze it to come up with solutions to whatever the problem is. So they do need to come out of academia with an understanding of the current processes and tools that are being used, and that's a sort of a starting point. Because in the process of their career, all of that's going to be updated continuously. And the engineering institutions mandate CPD, as many careers and professions mandate CPD. So it's a given that their skills are going to be updated as they go along. And as I look back on my, the 40 years of my career about what the design office looked like compared with, and the jobs we did then compared with what we do now, that's been a tremendous process of change. So we've all got to be learning all the time. And I think just to mention then that there's a current view in the construction industry that judgment based on knowledge and experience will always be needed. So you'll always need a human mind behind whatever tool you're using. But that knowledge and experience is going to be augmented by AI and the digital tools and all of that. But it's not going to replace the judgment required to make the ultimate decisions, because there's always, whatever tool you use, as Simon mentioned, there's always a level of uncertainty about, is it the right algorithm in the first place? What's the level of certainty in how you've visualized it and how you've actually communicated the output from it? My field in ground engineering, we are creating a lot of visual models now about the ground surface, topography, etc., and what's going on with the geology under the ground. There's a big difference in the level of certainty of information on what you can actually survey above the ground, because you can get at everything. You actually do a physical survey. but we're representing what's going on below the ground on the basis of very small amounts, very small sort of fragments of data that we're extrapolating in between to come up with a model. And I think with digitalization and visual representation, there's a risk that everybody takes it as gospel and 100% accurate. And that's something else that we have to teach, that the output is not necessarily right, and we have to use it with an understanding of the basis of it.
It's a bit like, isn't it, however many millions and zillions of pounds go into weather forecasting, and you go onto your app and it tells you it's nice and sunny outside. You look out the window and it's raining.
Yes, a bit like that.
Never rains in Birmingham, of course. Thank you for that. This is getting more and more worrying as we go on. I mean, it's interesting to see the themes coming out already, that this potential over-reliance on digital is going to be a real problem, and that actually what we need to do for our students is to make them aware of the limitations of digital and these tools coming through as much as anything else. So I'll move on to the next question, dealing now with maybe around the structures of our degrees. So as well as moving through how we might deal with different elements in our curricula, do we need to change the overall structure? And I'll pass across to Alison.
Well, in terms of views of SMEs and larger organisations, they're just like our students. They're different, so they like choice. And we are providing that. So with our year abroad, we know that just through the research that we do, that a significant number of our students actually get quality graduate jobs from it. But we also know as well from our placements, again, that's another route of making our students more employable. But even as I spoke before about virtual internships, when they don't actually need to go abroad, we have found even with that programme that over 90% of our students have actually gained graduate level work. So I'll just look at Stephen there, my boss, and just give him a big thumbs up there. And the other kind of choice for employers are the degree apprenticeships. So I spoke with Claire O'Neill, who works for PwC. She's working with computer science students. Is anyone from the degree apprenticeship programme there? Okay, well, again, another big thumbs up, because Claire is a very happy person. What she's doing is obviously thinking in the future, what kind of employees do they want for their organisation, and therefore what learning needs to happen within universities and within the degree structure. So because they've had that foresight, she knows that the 18-year-olds that they're recruiting now are going to be better prepared when they go into PwC, when they've had all that training, and of course they're working on the job at the moment. In terms of our kind of standard degrees, what we're doing already is great. We've heard about it over the last 2 days. We just need to make sure that we do more of it, and we've got the processes in place to allow for that flexibility. Now, in terms of what employers want, we know that 82% of employers from the Institute of Employers actually don't require a degree from a particular subject. It doesn't matter, and that's unique to the UK. So what that means is that the subject knowledge, going back to the previous question, isn't so important. What they really care about are the softer skills that, again, we've been talking about. It is the softer attributes, the behaviours that transcend any sector and any role. Because in the future, you cannot prepare for a role. You cannot prepare for an occupation. So we need to make sure that we do more experiential learning, non-standard assessment, all the things that we're already doing, but doing more of it.
Can I just make a comment on that? Because I think in different areas, you're absolutely right. Because so in the world of business, I think you're right about it doesn't matter what you graduate in. But I think, there are certain fields where it does matter, and the principles of that subject, the principles of that discipline have to be taught. Although, having said that, the lines between disciplines are blurring and merging, I think, very much.
going back to what you've just said about the blurring of knowledge, that's where we need to make sure, if that students have a choice as to what they study, so that they're able to kind of understand their subject, but then also tap into other subject disciplines as well, so that they get this like cross-fertilization of knowledge, just like it is when we actually enter the workplace, because we know in our jobs that it isn't just what we do. We also have to know budgeting, we also have to know marketing, we also have to know a little bit of data analysis in order to write reports. And we're noticing with the vacancies that are coming through Careers Network, it is that breadth. So whether you go into heritage jobs or whether you want to be a scientist, you look at the job specs that are coming through, and actually, scarily, they're quite similar.
And that probably moves us through very nicely to the next question, which Charles will address, and this is really about developing human potential and whether intercultural and interpersonal skills will be a hallmark of the fourth industrial revolution workplace.
Thank you. I've been dying to respond to some of these areas, try and tie it all together. Part of me, I can come at this from a LinkedIn perspective. So we've got over 600 million members on LinkedIn. We've got 20 million jobs, 30 million companies, so that the big data mantra holds still, and we can do a lot of research on the skills required, supply and demand. And so in the last 6 months or so, there's been some really interesting research I'd like to reference. So we did some research at the start of the year on the supply and demand of key skills. And we looked at the soft skills and the hard skills. Just a reference on that hard technical skill piece. It's changing so quickly that in this revolution, that's a big part of it, that the skills that graduates will need in 3-5 years are radically changing. And it's very difficult to predict that, whether you're building that into a curriculum or whether you're gaining those skills outside in some way. How do you tool for something that's changing so quickly is a big challenge. And that's where we like to try and feel on the pulse and look at what are the fastest growing skills, what are the skills people in certain industries are adding to their LinkedIn profiles, say, and accelerating and looking at that and then helping employers with that information and helping universities with that information too. On the soft side, certainly what we've found is there's a number of skills that are consistently referenced and in demand. And there was touched on earlier, one of them, creativity, persuasion, collaboration, adaptability, time management. We could all do a bit with that. These skills, highly prized in a world where knowledge is, just touching on another question, readily available. So much information is just right there at your fingertips that you have to qualify. Actually, gaining the knowledge is not actually the challenge. It's actually how you then take that knowledge and use it and apply it and engage in a company with clients, with your colleagues, in development, in driving whatever it is you're doing forward. So it's these key skills. It's that creativity being number one, listed number one. And I'll build on that. We have a workplace report that LinkedIn does, and the most recent one that I'm going to reference, 4,000 people were surveyed, a cross-reference of executives, people managers, employees, learning and development. And the number one priority for them in these organizations, are widespread across multiple sectors, was training for soft skills. That was their number one, way ahead of their next priority. So training their people on communication skills, on leadership skills, on collaboration and working together. And they're less concerned, and obviously there's differentials. If you're going into construction, you need a certain platform of engineering. But a lot of areas, they're prepared to do some of that hard skilling. That's fine. We'll get you up to speed on what you need there. But we need you to have these skills, these soft, these professional skills in order to succeed. and they are the most critical ones. And if they're not being delivered, we're going to have to train you ourselves, and that's the number one thing that's happening there. And of course, it's not so simple, is it, to just do a 1 hour course or half a day course and now I'm creative. Yeah, I'll put that on my LinkedIn profile, my CV, I'm now creative or persuasive. So this is actually probably the most complicated area in a world where knowledge, say, is readily available, but a lot of the soft skills are built into you. And a lot of them, I'd say from my own experience, are from experience that in working with people, in working in business, in a working environment, that these are what you pick up. So how does an institution, a university, help to train, enhance, develop these skills? And often not within a traditional teaching environment. How can you do that? I think that's a really critical thing, because if you can help your students come out the other side of their education, and I think another side story on lifelong learning, but if they're coming out of say, the university, and these are critical skills, and you can't just do them through a half-day workshop, how are you then going to, through interactive sessions and activities, self-awareness, build these in? And I think that's the biggest challenge for institutions today in terms of helping their graduates into careers where they'll be successful.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I did have one more question on here, but actually I'm going to open the whole thing up to the audience before we run out of time. So Stephen has a question, he's wanted to interrupt us as we went along, and I told him not to. So right at the front, please. And can either be for the whole panel or for a specific panel member, should you wish to do so. Or just a comment, of course.
Yep, jolly good. Stephen McCullough, Academic Registrar at the University. The thing that I find rather interesting, and in a way it touches on the point that Charles has just made, and there is a question in general terms around this as well, is that if AI and various new technologies allow students to learn faster and enable to have a greater level of knowledge faster, there's a risk, presumably, that their level of intellectual maturity is still way back there somewhere, because they're still 18, 19, 21, 22. So the point around the bringing out a consultant that can do in 4 years instead of 17 years, what is the way in which, or how can we seek to try and close that gap then between the level of personal individual maturity and the level of knowledge and skill that might be gained through AI?
Anyone care to volunteer to take?
Right, thanks for that. With difficulty. I think in many ways you get people up to speed quicker, not quickly, but quicker, by encouraging them to switch the digital stuff off and go and talk to people. Because when I moved from being frontline lawyer into management, I very, very quickly understood I had to go and give myself a crash course on people management, because we don't teach that at law school. And I went through all these really, really boring books on management, most of which I threw in the bin or got halfway through because they were desperately dull. But one of the key aspects that I drew out of this was, and your psychologists and all the rest of it around here will tell you that human beings are 80% emotion, 20% logic, roughly. And so the difficulty is, how do you tap into that 80%, because you ignore it at your peril. That's 4/5 of the decision-making process. And the only way you can do that is to get people to talk to each other and to interact with each other and to collaborate with each other on a personal basis. And so many big companies, I've seen this in BT and people like this, they have email-free days. I mean, in the days when email was the standard form of communication, they just switched it off. So you had to run up the stairs if you want to go and talk to people. You have to walk around the stairs. So my view is I very rarely would send people emails where I wanted to go and talk to people. I would go and talk to them. Even if that meant technically on a time and motion basis, I was, quote, wasting my time. Actually, you need to be really, really careful about the definition of wasting time. It's not wasting time, it's investing time. And I think it's those key skills that perhaps those of us with a bit more experience, as dictated by whether salt and pepper became pepper and all the rest of it, can assist the students coming through. And, you know, I hold meetings and I say, going back to the Star Trek theme, you know, phones on stun. Do not bring your phones out in this meeting. We are talking to each other. We are interacting. And it's interesting, there's, I think it's Sky. I just keep hearing this advert on the radio that they've got this pause button on the internet. And one of the things they are selling is family time around the dinner table, because you stop the internet, you stop the digital bit. And I think we've just got to have more of that. And those of us who perhaps grew up in where that was the norm, and maybe some of us who've forgotten that that is the norm, need to bring that to bear on those who haven't really experienced it, would be my view.
And picking up on the last answer, we could train a consultant in 5 years. And when I meet with our consultants when they're first appointed and we talk about what do we actually want a consultant to do, well, what we train them to do is to treat the patient in front of them. That's not the value in a consultant. Actually, the consultant value comes from where they operate as part of a team. And actually, because they can only treat one patient that's in front of them at a time. As a member of a team, they can treat 10 patients. As a leader of a clinical service, they can treat 1,000 patients, and that's where we get the real value. So whilst we can accelerate the training, and we used to accelerate training for doctors by making them work 118 hours a week, and never letting them out of the hospital. We don't do that anymore, and technology can allow us to train them. However, there's the whole point of how do you then educate people to get the real value that they can get. You know, if digitalisation is going to allow people to work at the highest point of the value they can add, they will need to be educated into how they actually get that value out of what they do. So the training can be accelerated, that the education will take far more time.
Any other questions? Have we got Twitter questions? There's somebody waving at us. I'm not sure that's anything to do with this.
I think somebody put a comment about there about allowing students to make mistakes. And I think that is really vital. There is no such thing. The problem with, in many respects in this country is we're very, and particularly in professionals, we're very anti making mistakes. We call those failure. You know, there's a completely different approach to that in the States, for instance, where they clap you on the back and say, welcome, good job for having a go. And there's some really good stories around success. There was a very famous leader of IBM way back, Gerstner his name was, and one of his execs came in who just blown $10 million in the days when $10 million was a lot of money. Put it on something, and he walked into Gerstner's office and with his letter of resignation. And Gerstner said, what's that? And he said, well, I'm assuming you want me to go. And he said, well, why would I want you to do that? We just spent $10 million educating you. And the key thing is he grasped an experience, he took that experience, and the guy in charge of the organisation was bright enough to realise he's not going to do that again. And furthermore, that he can pass that experience down the line. And that's how you start to get this, you know, what is commonly wrapped up in as called emotional intelligence. That's how you get it systematic into organisations, but you've got to allow it to happen. You know, if mistakes were all bad, we wouldn't have cars, we wouldn't have electricity, blah, 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 blah. You've heard all the quotes. People have got to be allowed to experiment, got to be allowed to push the boundaries, really.
Yeah, I totally echo that. We have a thing at LinkedIn, a number of values, and one of them is taking intelligent risks. And we're encouraged to push the boundaries a little bit in our creativity and what we might do in terms of internal initiatives or partnerships with clients or whatever it might be. And actually, my role was an intelligent risk. My role did not exist 5 years ago. And I said, we need to do more work with universities, and wrote the job, and they said, okay, go and do that. And so far, I'm still here, which is good. So what is it within an environment that you can, I think within a university environment, experimentation, and part of that, of course, is within the curriculum, but part of that is also going beyond that, and how young people in the main are developing themselves and building confidence in their capabilities, how they can challenge, ask questions, how they can take knowledge and play with it, essentially. And maybe it's creating a more fluid environment for them to work in. I'm just going to seize on this opportunity to grab that digital natives question earlier. And this is partly coming from working at a very digital organization that's continually changing, very rapid, fast change in our organization and where we work. But also it's coming from having a teenage daughter, and it's coming from having a wife who's a teacher. So looking at different angles, what I notice is, yes, generations coming through are digital natives in a certain way. So they're probably more savvy, more comfortable using technical digital devices, digital communication, but in a very certain way, and have a certain mindset around it. But I think the restriction on how they then apply that in a work environment or a professional environment, how they behave within that environment, how they leverage it, and a different mindset is what they need to know. And it's not necessarily how they have a kind of foundational. They might know how to use Word and Excel to a basic level, which is above previous generations, but not enough to actually then take that forward. So they're stepping in the right way, but they still need a lot of help. What I've also seen are the challenge of how to take them forward when the teaching generation are behind. How can they gain confidence when the people who are teaching them knowledge or skills are not digitally savvy themselves? And I'd say that's a huge challenge in schools and in universities and colleges in terms of upskilling the people who are then there to inspire and help others expand on that. Because if there's no confidence coming down, they won't have confidence to experiment and push it too. Some will, but a lot won't.
So on that challenge to universities, I'll wrap up the panel so that we can move on. So could I ask you all to thank the panel for taking time out to come and join us today and provide an insight. Thank you.
I think you're all coming to the end of the natural time that you want to spend in here. Okay, we were going to do a kind of a whizzy thing, you know, with the Wordle, but the Wi-Fi in here is not great, is it? And we think it will be disappointing, so we're going to do things slightly differently. So I'm just going to do a couple of things. First of all, some reflections, a couple of bullet points that I've picked up as learning points from the last couple of days. First of all, the obvious one, I have learnt so much. And that, you know, people talk about learning gain. Actually, I think we just take the gain word off. I've just learnt, and it's been really helpful. It's helped me to see where I need to take the institution next and where we need to be thinking about going. Things that really made me think. First of all, we had quite a lot of external perspectives in this conference, and that was always helpful to see things from what's happening in another institution, and we've learnt that we want to do more of that for next year. From the first talk, Zach Ashkansi, I was really struck by his comments about opinion is now a two-way street. we know it, but it was just nicely put. And it links really closely to the idea of students wanting to be partners. They don't want to see we deliberately. Of course they want to be partners, because in their lives they engage with things in that sort of two-way process. And also he talked about the science of learning. He was referring to Minerva at the time, but actually I wonder why we don't talk more about the science of learning here, because that's what we're about when we're doing our teaching. I took that away. We had a talk by Professor Linda Price. She reminded us of the purposes of a university through history and some of those purposes now, and the growth in the workplace of the need for non-routine cognitive and non-cognitive skills. That was a message to us here in the university. The implications are clear. We had a talk by Professor Ho from National University of Singapore, and he said the question we need to ask our academics is clear. Do you want your alumni to be successful? And it's a really nice disruptive question, because of course the answer is, well, of course I want them to be successful. Okay, well, are you really thinking about where they're going and what they will need to go there? And he obviously gave us real insights into the lifelong learning approach that they're taking in Singapore. He questioned whether we ever help anybody to integrate knowledge, whereas we expect them to move into different settings and do that integration, when actually we can't even do it ourselves in the academy half the time. So that was a good challenge to us as well. We had the student panel, and the thing that stood out for me was their focus on community. Yes, there was all the other stuff that they talked about, but the need for community in lots of different ways, not just one community, communities, in their education process really stood out for me, and that this is more than a job shop. I really agreed with them on that. This morning we had Karen Rawlinson, Professor Karen Rawlinson, a really great talk on inequalities. 30% of children in this country are in poverty. Are those the children that are coming into higher education? She talked about education being a route to poverty rather than the other way around. It was a really, it was an important point. And she opportunity hoarding by the middle classes. Now, of course we opportunity hoard. You can't blame us for that. Everybody in the room is trying to do the best for their children using all the resources that they have. But the implications for those other children really important. And of course, Tim Blackman's challenge about a comprehensive university. And for those, apparently the mic flicked off, but the university I was talking about that you might want to look at that's interesting is Buenos Aires. It's a comprehensive university. It defines itself as research intensive, and it has 300,000 students, which is sort of an interesting way of thinking about a university. We have had our employers panel. I won't go back over that because we've just had it. But I did come to the idea of I liked artificial intelligence is not artificial and it's not intelligent. I shall remember that. But the notion of digital augmentation I thought was really came through strongly. And then there were some fantastic parallel sessions. Really brilliant. We had our colleagues from Auckland talking about the Future Ready Graduate Project, which is there and available for us to share. Wiley talked about cognitive load and unload when you're doing learning design. We had the SLICS project from Edinburgh, student-led learning design using PebblePad. UCL East and their future-facing curriculum, and they've already shared with us those resources so that we can work with them too. Do you remember the pedagogy of the addressed, which I thought was a brilliant version of Paolo Ferreira's comment? And then from our own institution, we had that lovely presentation from engineering about PGTAs and the HEFi project on marking, which is fabulous. And I took away from that the idea that feedback needs to be year-specific more than it sometimes is, feedback on assessment. We had a HEFi project, Marius's project, where they were finding numerous examples of excellent research-intensive learning and teaching from GEAST, Pulsis, biosciences, law, and we had that lovely talk from by Lands as well on student-led curriculum. Take away the lecturer and let the students do the whole thing. It was fantastic. And today I attended a great talk on assessment, pebble pad and mental health. I don't know if anybody was there for that, but again, you'll be able to pick up the abstracts for that. And, BTEC, we know BTEC students are struggling. We've got all the data, so now we just need to address that. And we had the Inclusive Curriculum Project at DMU. And again, they want to share that with us. So those are sort of some of the things that I was really struck by as we went through the days. We were going to have this Wordle at the moment, but I think we're probably not going to do that. Jamie, not going to try it, are we? No. Yeah, it's just that the Wi-Fi is just, you'll be frustrated. So we thought we would do that after the event, because we're going to, email you all. You are going to get an evaluation. That will come your way. And we thought we'd do it afterwards and then ping it back to you, which will be a different way of doing it. Are there any things that just as you sit there and you reflect, because you will have seen some sessions that I didn't, are there any things that really strike you about what we've done over the last couple of days that you just want to share with everybody else? So I don't think that you particularly take away from it, even if it's just a word. Yeah. I think it's a really interesting point. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Yeah, it's that human thing coming back in again. Anybody else pick up anything, either from a session or generally? Hello? Yes, that's another good point. Oh, and I'm just remembering the student session. One of the students said, "What do we need to reconfigure the notion of this term alumni? It's not a very user-friendly word." And I thought it was really quite a really good point, actually. Sorry, yes. Does anybody want to comment on that? Yeah.
I've had the same question. I started with the first presentation, which I thought was interesting, but was very commercial. When I went to school and did my degrees, we went to university to get an education. That's what we went to university for. And you get a job after that, maybe if you're lucky, but that's not the primary reason you went. You went because you wanted the education. And it seems to have switched now, that universities aren't there for education. We're there for jobs. And I was reading about this young woman who's suing an English university because she couldn't get a job. And therefore you false advertise, and I'm suing you for all of my tuition, £60 million or whatever it was. An insane sum of money. But that's not the point, at least I thought. I always kind of thought education is education. Yes, it's fun to learn new stuff. We teach people, yes, you learn the facts. We teach them that learning is fun, and here's how you go about doing it, ideally. But now it seems to be, well, can I market that? Well, it's a degree in history. Oh, who cares about history? I'm not really comfortable with that switch, and I'm not quite sure when it happened?
It happened, well, the introduction, tuition fees is our big driver for that. And also much of it is economic, because obviously we would like more and more young people to go to university. And obviously most people in my generation in university think exactly the same as you. But actually, maybe not so much the young people, but certainly their parents are coming in with a completely different mindset. So the external pressures, and you'll also know that we're being measured by, which I find offensive, we're being measured by how much our graduates earn. Now, we're not doing that. That is being done to us through our new regulator and through government that is determined to find a way to reduce the national debt burden through that is attached to higher education. Now, they've got a real problem on their hands, of course, because, we know the demographic uptick. We're down here. The number of 18-year-olds is going to do this. It's not doing that. It's doing this in the next couple of years. The pressure for people to come into university, that will add another pressure on us to reduce costs. So there's a lot that's changed, and one of it is the debt burden, probably. Because of course most loans are not paid off. Yeah, Vicky.
I think we also have to try and grab that narrative and change it ourselves, because I don't think we should be seeing it as either it's education because we love it or it's for employment. I think we need to be talking more about education as a public good, and that actually you come to university so you can learn to do something that enables you to do good in the world, whether that's arts and humanities, science, engineering, whatever it is. You develop the soft skills and the hard skills that allow you to contribute, and it's not just getting your own good job, it's getting those skills to make a difference.
And it was your project about be more, not just know more, but be more and do more, be more. That's right. I remembered half of it. The Auckland project, which I think speaks very much to that. Yeah.
I'm going to flip it around a little bit, if I may. You asked about what do we think about the whole conference. I agree. It's been fantastic. But we're here and we're preaching to the converted. And so I'm concerned because we've been discussing what our graduates should be like. They should be creative, flexible, able to change. Probably, we all get that. But there's an awful lot of other people out there in the university who we need to be able to drag kicking and screaming with us. And I don't know how we do that.
Any comments? Now, we've made a good start here. So there are weeks when we're getting 500 and 600 people looking at our micro CPDs. We have to find, we've introduced some new technologies that will be helpful in this. PebblePad is one, LinkedIn is going to be another. But actually, how do we get our colleagues on the ground to actually use these technologies? And I think I've come to the point of view that says anything we introduce, we've done really well with PebblePad this year, but we've got to do a lot better. We need to have the local monitoring on the ground so that somebody can go to a member of staff and say, I know you've seen this through. Can I show you how it works? Can I show you how it's going to be better? So we've got, that's the kind of pushing I think we've got to do. And it's tough work. It's change. It's tough. Yeah, Stephen.
I just think to add, I think this is really, I think the point around the narrative and wanting to change the narrative, actually I'm not sure we need to. What I mean by that is if you map the skills that are listed for an employable graduate, they're pretty much the same as a good learner. And so the argument surely within the institution is about different activities within the curriculum that support learning. And incidentally will help for employability. And so if you think persuasion is one of the key points that was picked out, surely a good essay is a persuasive essay, not just a regurgitation of fact. And so and I'm not
that's a really good point.
But surely
you're still an educator.
No, but I don't stand as you do in front of the room, so I recognise that gap. But surely there's something in that about how we, as an institution, talk about it. So yeah, an outcome of what happens is employability, but actually the driver of better learners.
And by the way, I don't recognise that gap, just so as you know. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I think we have a responsibility to change the narrative. I'm not taking sort of what the previous person has said, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it's about the emphasis of the narrative. Somebody asked, how do we address the issue of this over-focus of narratisation in higher education? If we change the narrative and challenge the narrative, focus more on higher education as a public good, as has been said, we can actually find examples of how and where higher education is a public good, and keep feeding that into the public domain. And I think we need to be doing more of that, because the more compliant we are of the government coming up with the teaching excellence framework and things like that, and saying, we'll measure your teaching excellence by the amount of graduates going, it's complete nonsense from all over that. So the more we all challenge that, the better, I think, across the whole sector.
Yes, the sector pretty much can't challenge in the way you are suggesting, because government will turn off the taps for funding. I mean, don't think anybody would have willingly gone along with all of that stuff, but it goes like this. If you're not registered, your students can't get student loans. Full stop. So that is a very divisive but powerful, why do we jump through the hoops we're jumping through? We try to, the universities try really hard to hold that autonomy line. The Office for Students is pushing it at every point. We're scrappling in the middle. But when it comes to, well, if you're not on the register, your students can't get loans. It's a little bit like if you don't do the Tier 4 stuff, your international students can't be here, they'll be sent home. Then actually that's powerful compliance. So we can keep on, we have to keep on, but we can't be naive either. I mean, I've got Open Day coming up next Saturday, and I can tell you, we'll have people in the Great Hall, and the first thing I will say is, most of you sitting here do not know what you want to do, probably. That's fine. That's not the narrative that's out there. They're apparently supposed to have known what they wanted to do since they were 3. And they're just working their way through to get there. It's a nonsense, of course it is. And there are things we can do. And obviously we know people change and grow, and we want to give them that opportunity. And of course there are people sitting there who have wanted to be a nurse since they were 3, and that's fine. But we can challenge, we can retain our autonomy, but we can't be naive. Yes? Yeah.
And after 15 years in HE, that's exactly the same narrative that was there when I started in HE. And they're not. I can assume point of the equivalency of the byproducts of a blended rounded academic experience, absolutely. And just one of the things that really interested me, this idea of creativity in our students as well. There's a lot happening around the enterprise education agenda that works specifically on that, and we've heard amazing examples of that. What's interesting is our ability to articulate what creativity is for students. I've worked with biomedical students here in their second year who, when I ask them about what is being creative, who in here considers themselves creative, show of hands, why? I like music. I go to gigs. They don't recognise that as a biomedical scientist, they are creative. That creativity is about innovation. About that solutions-based approach. So there's an interesting piece about how we raise that with our students in our articulation stems.
Yeah. And how, as I think I said yesterday, we give them more opportunity to work with other students who would think that was their basis for being. And we had hello, arts and humanities are here, we do this. But actually, it isn't, that's also a misnomer, as you point out. It's not just confined to the arts and humanities, it's in all areas. Absolutely right, I agree. Does anybody else want to raise anything particular? Okay. We can keep this conversation going. We did promise that we would, and I have kept some quite detailed notes. We will be sending something out to all the participants just to say these were some of the key things, and so you can take them forward in any way that is suitable for you. I only need to say then a couple of other things. First of all, Professor Carol Evans is up at the top there. She's the editor of Higher Education Pedagogies, and there will be a special edition on higher education pedagogies for the fourth industrial age, and there is a call for expressions of interest to present some of the work you've presented today and turn it into paper form. So take a look on the website and you'll find that. Don't forget that all the keynotes and the panel will be available on the HEFi website. They've been recorded. You can use these in your sessions with students. Why not just use this material? It's there, it's available, it's interesting, and they may well react in quite interesting ways. I'd like to see how groups of students would react to the student panel, for example, to the employer panel, and to some of the things that some of our other speakers said. Next year, HEFi 2020 will be 1 week later, which for those of you with exam boards will be grateful. We just couldn't get the facilities this year. And I think we're going to focus a theme around, we've talked about the next generation university, we've talked about students. I think we need to look quite closely and sort of under the bonnet a little bit more about people, staff, academic educators. What is going to be, what are we going to need to be, who do we need to be in order to be really successful expert educators in the university of the future? And I think we might do a little bit of work around that and tie it in with that work around inequalities, because there is little doubt that we are positioned slap bang in the middle of that inequalities debate at all levels of the journey, student journey. So I think we're thinking that we may be thinking about the next generation university educator actually, and focus a little bit more on the development of the academics that we will need for the future. Finally, thank yous. There are far too many people to thank by name. I don't need to sit you all through that. You know who you are, the whole HEFi team. I'm not going to single out a person. Everybody else who's helped to make this work. I do think I should point out Louise Walchak, our events manager. Louise, where are you? She was here a minute ago. Yes, there she is, at the back. Louise, just stand up. Thank you, Louise. We have really benefited from having an events manager. It makes all the difference. This is a thing that most of us don't do well. We don't know it, but Louise knew it. Helen Rosser, please stand up. Helen is the quiet person you've barely noticed who just does things. Helen, thank you. Helen, up. Things just work because Helen's on them. There's never any fuss. It just happens. So thank you very much, Helen. I would like to thank all of our session chairs in the breakouts. You were awesome at keeping people to time. John for the chairing the panel we've just had. Celia for sorting the students out into that fabulous panel. Our employers who came last today. And last but not least, all of you for attending on a Friday afternoon. Respect for that. And we look forward to seeing you. First of all, your responses to the evaluation would be really helpful when we send it to you, and we'll send you through some more materials so you can keep these conversations going. So thank you very much. Thank you. And I promised we'd finish early. There we go.